actually been outside. I mean, we're all inside now, getting ready to watch offensive linemen work. I mean, everybody needs one. Sean Payton knows that. Denver Broncos coach coming to work all caffeinated, ready to watch folks like Broderick Jones from the national champion Georgia Bulldogs get out there and work out and run 40s. Northwestern's Peter Skoronski is here, a top 10 player on my friend's draft board. Daniel Jeremiah has ranked Paris Johnson 16th. This kid still missing his 2 front teeth. Cody Mock coming to work today, road graders, and then this big old spread has a nice fixin' of Bijan. Running backs, offensive linemen on the air on a Sunday.
This is where the greatest stories begin, where preparation triumphs and hope lives, and where future stars seize the moment.
He knows that look good.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's a Texas kid arriving with little fanfare and changing the way the sport is played.
Mahomes, magic! On the top of the mountain.
Or those who arrived here just 1 year ago.
Brock Purdy of Iowa State.
Making their mark as rookie sensations.
Can we call him Playground Purdy?
They've all come here to write the first chapter of their legend. These are the cornerstones, foundational bedrocks of a franchise.
Nobody's going to catch Jahmyr Gibbs.
The game breakers with the potential for greatness.
Robinson to the end zone.
Who will prove they belong on the highest level? The moment is here. The time is now. The next great story is about to begin. Welcome to the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine.
Our final day of on-field drills coverage of the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble is on the air on NFL Network. Fans chowing down on offensive linemen and running backs. The quarterbacks and wide receivers and tight ends from last night did some weight and reps today. They're heading to the airport. We're turning the lights off on the combine at the end of this long day of on-field drills for the offensive linemen and running backs. Pleased to be with you on the 50-yard line booth in Lucas Oil Stadium. Once again, I'm Rich Eisen. Hello, Daniel Jeremiah.
Great to see you, buddy.
What's going on, sir?
Could finish up strong, man.
Let's do it. With the offensive line group, how deep are they?
It's a great group. And, you know, if you watch the Super Bowl, you saw 2 of the best offensive lines in the National Football League playing that ball game, and that's not lost on these 32 teams. You've got to build up front, and we've got a good group, a lot of depth at the position. We're going to see Peter Skoronski, my top guy, top 10 pick. You look at the height and the size and the weight of Paris Johnson, Broderick Jones, and Darnell Wright, exceptional players. And then, Rich, when it comes to centers, John Michael Schmitz, a wrestler, sign me up.
Mm-hmm. That's what we call a mauler right there in the middle of the line. And the running back group features the guy number 4 on your top 50 list, and that's the great Bijan Robinson out of Texas.
Yeah, it's a really deep group of running backs, but it does feature one elite player. I think one of the 5 best players in this entire draft class in Bijan Robinson. And we're going to see, I think, up to a dozen plus that could end up being starters in this draft, but this one's different. When you watch Bijan Robinson, if you've paid attention to college football over the last few years, you can't help but notice him because of what he does as a runner, the instincts, the feel inside. He's got power. He's got change of direction quickness. He's got home run speed. And then in the passing game, Rich, as well, you can split him out in the slot. You can put him out wide, and he runs routes like a wide receiver. We're going to see him show all those skills today.
Their first running back, top 5 on your draft board has for overall prospects since Saquon, right?
Correct. So it's rare air.
There you have it. And, of course, we're going to keep our eye on everything else going on. Speaking of Saquon, and franchise tags are expected in 48 hours. So there's lots of news popping here at the Combine. Stacey Dales, as always, joining us from the field. Stacey?
Hey, Rich and DJ, let's keep the Bijan Robinson conversation going on. I got to tell you, he's honestly one of the most humble superstars that I have ever covered. But he also knows that he is really good. When he was asked this week, why should you be the #1 running back taken in this year's draft class? He said basically, well, I'm big. He measured at 5'11", weighed in at 215, and hey, I can do everything. Line him up at receiver, put him in the slot, use him out of the backfield. He literally said this week, when I'm at receiver, the defenses have to account for me. I am a difference maker in the whole offense. He also called himself a value pick. He used that word a couple times. And you want to know who the running back is that he has studied the most? The great, legendary Hall of Famer, Barry Sanders. Rich?
I've heard of him. He's a good one to study. So Bijan is on the menu, but that's later on in the day when the running backs finish up the combine. We start off with offensive linemen running 40s and 10-yard splits when we come back.
The 2023 NFL Scouting Combine is presented by No Bull, the official training partner of the NFL Combine.
I've never fit the criteria of a modern-day running back. I'm not 6 foot. I'm not 215 pounds.
Dozen years ago, Jason Kelce worked out here on offensive line day.
It'd been 6. He's only 280 pounds here in this workout. Still fought through it.
The Cincinnati center, who is now on the path to Canton, Ohio. And a big night last night for his brother Travis.
That's pretty cool.
We were both on their New Heights podcast this week. Speaking of podcasts and doing them, Taylor Lewan is going to be joining us in the booth.
Well, that's going to get spicy.
I know, bussing with the boys. We'll talk about it. Look at the parade. As we all know, Travis has just enjoyed. What a few weeks for him, huh? Win the Super Bowl, have a parade, and go host SNL. So good for him. And obviously, everybody out there with the tight end group last night and the offensive line group today, hoping to have a career like either one of the Kelces, where they'll wind up in their home state of Ohio's hallowed halls of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, both of them.
Yeah, just incredibly athletic players who somehow don't age. They just keep getting better and better and better.
And the Eagles waiting to hear if Jason's going to
I think he's got another year. I think he's got another one.
I hope so. League's better when the Kelces are up and active. So, our first 40s of the day here on the final day of the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine. And first up, OL2, a Troy Trojan, Jake Andrews.
He's a center there at Troy, and I'll give you the numbers here. We have interior offensive linemen and tackles mixed together just alphabetically here. So you look at the 10 time, which is important for offensive linemen. The 10 time you're shooting for as an interior offensive lineman is 175. That's the number, 175. And then for tackles, just a tick better at 174.
Again, the reason why the 10-yard split is of great importance is that's usually the range from the line of scrimmage that these guys wander or need a road grade or get out on a screen or anything along those lines. Ian Rappaport, part of our Sunday coverage. Ian?
Rich, obviously we're going to see some of the best running backs in the draft here today, and some of the conversation, you guys are already on it. Is Bijan Robinson going to go probably where his talents should have him go? Is he a top 5 pick? Based on where we are positionally, we'll see. But that was the same conversation that we all had regarding Saquon Barkley several years ago, former number 2 overall pick. Now I would say in some limbo. Let me explain his fascinating, multifaceted situation with the New York Giants. They have a long-term offer out to him. The two sides, from my understanding, are not close on a deal. Obviously, the Giants would love to bring him back, and if they are able to get a long-term deal done with their quarterback, Daniel Jones, then likely they would franchise tag him and bring both back. The Jones deal, though, is not done. A little bit of optimism, I would say, glimmer of optimism, leaving Indianapolis, but it is not done. If Daniel Jones' deal does not get done, then likely they will franchise tag him, and Saquon Barkley would, by rule, become a free agent. And I would say rarely, almost never do we have a top-tier superstar running back available in free agency. We don't know what that money is going to be, but certainly that is going to be one of the more interesting scenarios to watch. Meanwhile, I mentioned Bijan Robinson, expected to do everything here today and expected to put on a show as well. I don't know if he needs to, guys, but he wants to compete, so we are going to see that. Similar situation with Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. Another potential, I would say, first-round pick. As of right now, expected to do all the drills, also likely to put on a show. A little bit different kind of running back, but certainly someone I know scouts are excited about.
Ian, thanks. That was Malaisala Amuvai Laodu.
Nicely done.
Of Oregon, and I just wanted to point out that run. We want to make sure everybody gets their proper run, figuratively and literally, and also to show off that I'm hooked on phonics.
Nicely done.
Steve Avila of TCU is the Bears brass looks on.
He's one of the best interior offensive linemen in this draft. He can play all 3 spots. See the 1.8610 time there.
Chris Rose and Charles Davis part of our coverage today as well. Good Sunday, gents.
Good afternoon, Rich and DJ. There's probably people at home saying, okay, how do I pay attention to the whole offensive lineman thing, and why is this important? Let's remember what happened to the Kansas City Chiefs. You guys were talking about Travis Kelce. A few years ago, Super Bowl 55, Patrick Mahomes is running for his life.
Still running.
What do they do in the next draft? They pick up Trey Smith, Creed Humphrey, make a trade.
Get Joe Tooney.
Right, sign a free agent, and all of a sudden, here they are, champions 2 years later. So you want to pay attention to whom today?
Well, absolutely. How about we talk about brokerage firms. How about the breakage firm of Parrish Johnson, The Ohio State University, Broderick Jones, Georgia, and DeJuan Jones, Ohio State? They're going to be in triplicate when their numbers come up to see what they do, whether they run or not, whatever they're doing in terms of drills. We'll see them one after the other. 2 left tackles and a right tackle. Can't wait to see how that breaks down. Big, large men who move people on the offensive line.
Speaking of moving, Henry Bainivalu, he moved in at 5'5", and now TJ Bass will be up on the stripe. Rich?
Thanks, guys. Another Oregon Duck to start our day.
He played left tackle at Oregon. I think he might end up sliding inside and playing guard at the next level.
Big dude running.
Big man. He started a lot, 34 games there at Oregon.
Again, a guy his size running 40 yards.
It's a long way to go. He's not going to be doing that.
Correct. But the 10.
The 10 is a number, again. So if you're
right.
174, 175. 174 for the offensive tackles is what you're shooting for, and 175 is an interior offensive lineman.
Earl Bostic Jr. Ready as that young lady was enjoying her Sunday pizza.
Bostic is a left tackle there for the Jayhawks. See him, he can move people on down blocks. Just want to see him play a little bit lower in pass protection. But he's long, he's big and long. 34 and an 1/8 inch arm.
He's talking to himself. He's envisioning greatness. There he goes.
That's a good 10 time. That's a great 40 time.
Getting a nice round of applause. Boy, did they... Oh, that's Hutch up front there.
That's pretty good offensive lineman.
That's an offensive lineman. Former Seahawk. Then moved that poison pill to Minnesota. Good to see him on good terms there with the Seahawks sitting there. You hear me, Hutch? You hear me? Of course, Pete Carroll and the Seahawks struck it with 2 tackles in last year's draft. 2.
Secured their edges for the next decade in 1 draft.
That helps.
That'll do it. This is supposed to be a pretty athletic player here. Anthony Bradford. He's right guard there at LSU. He played a little heavy. He's dropped some weight. He should move pretty well. That's a big man. That's a good 10 time. Solid all the way around.
So we are off and running. When we come back, we'll show you the 40s that you missed. Oh, this kid's still chewing on the program, huh? Nice. Babies. Oh, nice little baby. Oh, this boy. Oh, he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Oh, the little man.
Started Kansas City.
I think he'll be the first off the board.
He's an outstanding prospect.
Tackle-breaking machine.
Sometimes bigger is better. It gives your team some juice.
And there is the reaction. What a dream.
With the first pick in the
What you missed while we were gone. Nick Broeker.
184.10 there, 5.27.
Goes for Broeker, right?
There you go.
Am I right?
There you go. Nicely done. He played inside and outside. Curtis McClendon, he is a large human being, almost 6'6", 324 pounds out of UT Chattanooga with some long arms and will wrestle you at the point of attack with his upper. This is one of the guys I really like here in Braden Daniels out of Utah. I think he can play inside. Yeah, he's moving.
Ooh.
That's a great 10. That's an impressive 40. That's a left tackle at Utah. I think is going to be a starter inside along the interior at the next level. He can really bend his knees and change directions. And this is one that's expected to test really well. And Jalen Duncan out of Maryland.
Another Maryland.
Lots of Terps here. He's got really, really good feet, really talented. Just needs to be more consistent there. He's been working with Duke Manyweather there in Frisco, Texas, working on his game.
The latest McDaniel zip. Yep. Earth tones today. Well done, sir. Earth tones for Mike McDaniel. Maryland has as many players here as Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Penn State. 7 at the combine. 1 behind Clemson and the Ohio State. I want to be respectful. Florida, LSU, Michigan, and TCU sent 9. Georgia 12. Alabama has the most, 13.
Remember, we saw the Maryland corners fly. Both ran in the 4.3s. They've tested well, and I think that's going to continue. He got a little high. Came out.
I mean, the guy is almost 6'6".
So. Yeah, he popped right up, though. Stay a little lower. He'll run faster.
Charles?
Yeah, glad you guys were talking about the people I was going to bring up. McClendon Curtis from Chattanooga. Same school as Cole Strange, who went in the first round in New England last year, won the Jacobs Award for the best blocker in their conference. Then you just talked about Jalen Duncan from Maryland. He may not have run the best time that we've seen, but athletically he is gifted. And one last guy to keep an eye on coming up, Blake Freeland from BYU, another gifted guy. But DJ, Duncan and Freeland both have some things to clean up, don't they?
No doubt, and we saw some of that at the Senior Bowl with Freeland. But Freeland, his days got off to a good start. He vertical 37 and broad jump 10, which is the highest by an offensive lineman at the combine since 2003. So his day is off to a pretty good start. We'll see him, and here he is right now.
Yeah, his vert of 37 inches broke the record at the combine by an offensive lineman held by Tristan Wirfs.
He put on a show here.
Who has obviously been stupendous in his first couple of years with the Bucs.
That's right at the target with the 174 and a sub 540.
There you go.
Freeland having a day. His thing is just pad level. It's got to drop his pads, bend his knees a little bit, and it'll help him deal with some of the power.
But BYU's Blake Freeland having a nice day so far here for the offensive line group at the combine. Yep. You're on. Yeah, give a wave. Well done. John Gaines the second.
So I like about John Gaines is that he's played a bunch of different spots. You've seen him start at center, right tackle, right guard. Started 30 games his career at UCLA.
He's moving.
That's a great 10 time. Nice run by John Gaines.
You know, every single coach we show, sometimes you wonder, can they use one of these types of players? Can they use one? And every one for an offensive line. Every one. You cannot have enough.
Can't have enough.
How many times do you see it in a game? Well, I mean, and the ones that are the healthiest are the ones that go the deepest in the Super Bowl run every year.
And the guys that can cross-train at multiple positions.
Yes.
You know,
in case there is an injury.
I saw it last year doing the Charger games. You lose an all-pro and Rashawn Slater, and all of a sudden Jamari Sawyer, who you find late in the draft out of Georgia, he was a tackle in college, but you're playing him at guard, and then you decide, let's kick him back out to tackle and really save their season.
Connor Galvin. I mean, the Cowboys, as you know, had significant injuries on that line, and they used their rookie Tyler Smith right away in a way that they didn't expect him to.
Thought he was going to play guard, and he ends up going right back to tackle.
Did very well.
Absolutely. To the point when Tyron Smith came back, they kicked him over to the other side.
Stacey?
Yeah, Rich and DJ, I'm anxious to see the blindside protector for Bryce Young, Broderick Jones. 6'5", 311, just over an 82-inch wingspan, and he's a mover. I cannot wait to see how he moves here today. Obviously, working with Bryce Young, he said this week how much he loves to block for mobile quarterbacks that can get outside that pocket, play off script. He considers his athleticism such an advantage, so we'll see how he does here shortly. I'm the preview girl today.
Thank you. Jovan Gwynn, your offensive guard from South Carolina.
I think he's going to end up playing center when it's all said and done.
There is the aforementioned Cowboys brass, Stephen Jones. Got a little college basketball on behind him.
It's like the Hokies are off to a good start.
That seems like it's a 2-possession lead right there, 3-possession lead.
Jovan Gwynn is undersized, under 6'2", doesn't have a lot of length, but he can really bend and recover. He plays just like a bulldog. He finishes every single snap. He can anchor down against power rushers. So he's going to get a shot, I think, to move and play center.
Anton Harrison of Oklahoma is next. Making our way through the 40-yard dash to start the final day of the combine. Offensive lineman for the next several hours, 2 different groups of them. In total, 51 have been invited to the combine.
It's a good run there by Anton Harrison. Sub 540 with 1:77.10 time is excellent. A little bit of a polarizing player, Rich. You talk to people around the league. Some people think he's got a chance to go in the first round. Others see him more as a third-round player. Again, with him, just plays a little bit high. Lots of RPOs in that offense this year at Oklahoma. A little bit difficult to evaluate him.
Here's Ryan Hayes, part of the offensive line group at Michigan that won the Joe Moore Award as the nation's top unit 2 years in a row.
An excellent high school baseball player on top of that. It's Mr. Baseball in the state.
Broderick Jones,
so, kind of like Drew Henson.
Yeah, there you go. Good pull.
And here's Broderick Jones, the aforementioned Georgia Bulldog. Saw Stetson Bennett here yesterday, sling it.
A lot of Bulldogs. There'll be a lot of Bulldogs here every year. He was bigger. He came in, you see it on the screen, 6'5" and 3/8. It was expectation he'd be just a little over 6'4", so bigger than everyone anticipated. Really long, ultra athletic. You'll see him out in space, clean up corners. That's a smooth, easy run.
Nice.
That's a smooth, easy run.
1.75 split, sub 5.4.
Talk to the coaches at Georgia too, and all these offensive linemen and defensive linemen they've had the last few years. They go ones versus ones in practice, so you're playing against NFL players every day.
And now here's DeJuan Jones, who at 374 is the heaviest player at the combine. This also is somehow, some way, the first 40-yard dash run by an Ohio State Buckeye at the combine.
It's unusual.
And there he goes. Come on, DeJuan. Yes. Way to do it.
There's a Rich Eisen simulcam in his future. I can see that one coming a mile away. There he is, moving. He is massive. When you watch him in the run game, it's just an avalanche. When he down blocks.
Why would you want to get in his way? You don't want to get in his way.
Here's the comparison when you look at it. And Trent Brown's enormous, and look, he's got 19 pounds on him with that same length and
6'8",
similar 10 split.
Good Lord.
He's a hooper, and the coaches at Ohio State said they like the fact he played a lot of hoops around campus too, because they help stay in shape. But this is that's Tractor Trailer Plus.
Tractor Trailer. That's a Michigan reference. Be careful. Careful. They will not appreciate that in Columbus. Just point out the fact that it's okay. I'm just glad the Buckeyes finally joined the 40, because, you know, the fastest 40 is run by a Michigan Wolverine here. So just want to point that out. Oh, are you out of time? We got to go to break. We'll be right back.
Would you like to tell him?
I'll be right back. Alai Salt. Amuvai.
A little bit better time.
Indeed. MAL. Let's just call him that.
There you go. Steve Avila looks like he's moving faster than the first one. Right there. 1-8-4-10 split.
Henry Baini Valu.
The interior player is going to play guard.
He runs a 5.5 flat 40. Guys.
That's what he is.
That's it. TJ Bass. Go, TJ.
Stick with that first one. Flashes some power there. Rough and rugged Oregon Duck. Had a lot of offensive line.
Bostic Jr. trying to break 5. Can he do it? Nice start.
He's rolling.
So close. Hopefully the official times will be faster for him, but that also means he's probably faster for Broderick Jones as well. Colts fans everywhere in this building. This just in. 4th overall. What are they going to do? They need a quarterback. One would think they are off that veteran quarterback train, and they are just going to find one in this draft. And
they've been dating, Rich. They need to get married here.
They got to settle down?
Yes.
What you're saying?
Yes.
Well, then what are they going to get off the registry? What do you think?
Well, they're registered here. I know that. So
I know.
Figure out what they're going to come away with.
Somebody that they had from yesterday's combine. I mean, C.J. Stroud put on a show in this building yesterday. Stacy?
Yeah, Rich, you see on the lower third there, Broderick Jones right now with that 4.98. Right now the best amongst the group. Just a spectacular split time, though, here today. And obviously, I meant the blindside protector for Stetson Bennett there out of Georgia. But talking to a couple scouts, they were so anxious to see Jones move today. Pierre's really watching him over here. Pierre's really happy with that.
He just flipped his phone away. It's pretty fun. I mean, obviously, I guess that's what Georgia Bulldogs do, is they get on the phone and get upset about their 40 times here at the Combine, because
phone might get thrown.
We saw that in night number 1. And just wild to see, again, this is our 18th Combine here at NFL Network, just wild to see phones here. Remember they used to want the player to have no contact.
That was Nolan Smith, right?
Yeah, Nolan Smith threw the phone down. Yeah, it had no contact with anybody in the outside world. They wanted the kid to just be
locked in,
and thus they couldn't get any advice from anybody. They just wanted to see an evaluation how they handled the day. And now, yeah.
Usually when you get a fast time and a phone check, you don't run twice.
Got it. Let's see what happens next. Ian?
Guys, one of the bigger stories coming out of this combine has been the rise of Anthony Richardson, the Florida quarterback. I think we all knew, anyone who watched him knew, that he is someone just based on his skills, his athleticism would blow up the combine. I'm not even sure, to me, and I knew this coming in like you guys did, I'm not even sure I realized just how much of a difference it would make. I've been out seemingly every night. I've been talking to a lot of people, general managers, scouts, head coaches. Anthony Richardson has probably been the most talked about player here, and we've seen a lot of really good ones. C.J. Stroud, as DJ mentioned, with a great throwing session yesterday. A lot of it has been really good, but the fact that we are now talking about Anthony Richardson possibly going all the way into the top 10, especially with some, I would say, uneven moments in Florida, has really been fascinating and something I would say caught me by surprise. And, you know, DJ, what you did on Twitter, going through Anthony Richardson's actual incompletions, how they all happen, rather than just looking at the stats, is something I've actually had a couple people bring up to me as it pertains to Josh Allen. Similar, I would say, some stats, similar wonders about, is there inconsistency, is there accuracy issues, but when you actually look at it and examine it, maybe not quite as much as people think. The story of the combine has certainly been the Florida quarterback.
Yeah, it's interesting, Ian. You got to go deeper, and I think people hear that and they see Florida. Well, wait a second, he must have played with unbelievable talent. Well, this is not a great Florida group, and when you consider the competition he's playing against, the deck was stacked against him, and he still had them competitive. So you got to dig a little deeper.
I just couldn't get past the part of Ian's report right there. Freeland gets whistled. Ian throwing in the word seemingly when he said he was out every night this week. Threw in seemingly. I don't know if he was throwing that word in, trying to throw people off. He's been out every night this week. Pulled himself together in time for these broadcasts.
We saw Scott Fitter at dinner last night.
Just everybody's out and about, and everybody talks, and everybody is, chit-chatting and asking, what do you know, what do you hear, what do you think, and then volunteering, spilling tea. There's a lot of tea spilled here.
It's amazing what people are willing to spend about another team other than their own. Blake Freeland's been the workout guy today with his jumps and a good run.
We'll get you his time in a second. Our timer was a bit off live there.
John Gaines, O-line 18.
4.96 is our 40.
It's a good day for Blake.
With a 1.68 split. Wow. That's nice. Good job. We're chewing deep into this offensive line group. What's up, buddy? Hello, ladies. Here we go. To break, day 4, and all we can think about is whether or not I played for a meal yet. My streak, Mr. Crockpot TPL, is intact. Here's what you missed while we're at break. Second run for Bruin. John Gaines the second.
It's a good-looking run.
He gains 1/100th of a second.
Is he done?
Connor Galvin. Taylor.
It's amazing the different running styles. When you get the speed guys, the DBs and the receivers, they're all so similar in how they run. Offensive line, you get a wide variety of running looks.
Probably like, really? 40 yards? Get out of here.
Yeah, that did look
That's
faster.
nicely done.
Nicely done. Again, I think Wynn's got a chance to be a center.
Almost cut 1/10 of a second off.
Harrison, great time. Yeah, he's rolling.
Yeah.
He is rolling like it looks like a tight end running right there. Nice.
Ryan Hayes.
Ryan Hayes.
Stick with the first time.
That works.
Broderick Jones. Number 17 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50 list.
He's got a chance to be the first one to go. He's got a chance to be the first offensive lineman in the draft. He's very much in that mix.
And DeJuan Jones back live here.
DeJuan Jones, O-line 26.
Here he goes.
He starts picking it up. Once he gets outside that 10, it takes him a second to get going, then he starts picking it up a little bit.
Good for him for running, though.
That's great.
I mean,
it's one less thing.
74 pounds. He will never run 40 yards in a row.
That is a new definition of a power forward, by the way. He puts the power in power forward. He plays pickup all the time there at Columbus.
I'd choose him.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to guard him.
Okay, so the 40s are done for Group 10. And now they're going to get out there on the field and go through drills.
You think anybody's ever taken a charge from him on the court?
I would definitely.
That's a bad business
get
decision.
Out of the way. I mean, that's one heck of a restricted area, you know? So. Our combine. So over on NFL Plus, Hall of Famer Joe Thomas, Sean O'Hara, Taylor Lewan, and Dion Dawkins will be running you through the offensive line drills. And Taylor's going to be making his way to our booth after the workout. I wouldn't miss it. He and I have lots to chop up. And we will utilize NFL Network real estate to do it. In the meantime, they're over on NFL Plus for the NFL Players Only Combine presented by Noble. Sign up for NFL Plus at plus.nfl.com. Daniel?
Well, Broderick Jones, you're looking at him right here. Let's, before we get a chance to watch him work out, let's go to the tape and show you why he's got a chance to be that first overall tackle or offensive lineman off the board. Everything he does, he's a really smooth athlete. You look at his ability. Once he gets his hands on you, he latches on. He can turn you and torque you with his upper body. You see it. Once it's like a wrestling match up top, you're not getting away from him. He has the speed and the athleticism as a puller. It shows up in every game. They love to get him on the move. He has the ability to adjust in space, and once he gets to these third-level guys, you feel bad for him because it does not end well. Here's another example of him, again, getting all out there. You see his ability to settle his feet, adjust, and bodies just – usually they just go flying through the air when Broderick Jones gets his hands on you. When you look at the numbers that come up when you plug him in, and this is what it spits out, and that's Ike Ekwonu, played very well last year as a rookie for the Carolina Panthers. I mean, darn near identical in so many of these measurables.
And he was a top 10 pick. So let's see what the Broderick Jones draft day yields for the Georgia Bulldog. There's a whole bunch of teams that could easily take him in the top 10 of this draft. Easily.
Oh, yeah, there's needs. And that's one of the things about the Chicago Bears, and you've heard a lot of the discussion, if they trade back, well, they don't want to trade out of the range of one of the top defensive players. And last I checked, that's not the Hogs in front of them from the old Washington days. Like, they've got holes along that offensive line. They'd be well positioned to get back a few more spots and get Justin Fields some help up front.
About that. Charles Davis, good to have you on the field again, Charles.
It's great to be on the field, although I am giving myself a little bit of distance. These are some very large human beings. And the last thing I want to do is upset anyone, but every time I come down here and watch these guys work, we used the word fluid earlier about so many of the different players we've had here. You can use it about these big guys as well. It's not just simply how big they are and how they move people, but how about the dancing they have to do? And DJ, you know what it's like with those skip pulls and getting to the edge. Every time I watch the Eagles play, I marvel at what Jason Kelce does at center with his snapping, pulling, leading. So many teams have that in their playbook now because the linemen, they move better than ever.
No doubt, and that was Steve Avila from TCU, who maybe didn't run as fast as I thought he would in the 10 and in the 40, but you saw right there just a second ago with his change of direction, which is what this drill will show you and replicate, that ability to sink your weight, don't bend over at the waist, bend at the knees, and get your feet moving, change direction. I thought he did a really nice job a minute ago.
Legs flat.
It's interesting, Charles, when you look at some of these programs, too. It feels like every year there's certain programs. Usually the Big Ten is a big supplier of offensive linemen. But Oregon, I know Mario Cristobal's not there anymore, but I think what he started there is really investing in the offensive line, and we're seeing guys like TJ Bass roll in here every year.
And it's a whole different body type for the Oregon kid than when Chip Kelly was there, right? And Mark Helfrich was there, and they were going super fast and everything they did. Mario Cristobal brought more of that SEC move people, pound people to his program, and you just saw it there in young Mr. TJ Bass. He's what Mario Cristobal was recruiting. Remember, Kyle Long was much more what Chip Kelly was recruiting.
That was an excellent rep by Bergeron. We didn't get to see him run out of Syracuse, but that was a phenomenal rep. Stacy?
Yeah, DJ, Ohio State left tackle Paris Johnson grew up in Cincinnati. He actually wanted to leave the state of Ohio, but hey, why leave when you have OSU sitting there? And he felt like they could be 3 and out for him, 3 years and out in terms of making his way to the National Football League. It also helps, though, guys, he protected for Justin Fields, the dynamic Justin Fields. And how about C.J. Stroud, who put on an absolute display with his arm talent yesterday? He actually told us this week he believes that his athleticism, Paris does, is unmatched. He attributes, though, his great feat to his church dancing, guys.
Nice.
Oh.
Go. Yeah, it is the Lord's Day today. You're doing some dancing today.
Couldn't do that in Footloose, though. Preacher didn't have dancing in Footloose.
Old school.
Nick Broker, we just saw there from Ole Miss. You'll see him play inside and outside. Clinton Curtis is enormous, Charles. Just look at the size of him. Moving pretty well here. You don't want to see guys heel click. He's doing a nice job of avoiding that.
But when you're thinking about gap scheme and power, you're thinking of Clinton Curtis, aren't you?
Yeah, and just with the length, you can see it with his arms, 35-inch arms. And he will wrestle you. I wanted to see how he was able to bend. Nice job there. All right, this is someone I talked about, Braden Daniels. Talking to buddies around the league, I'm a little higher on him than others. Some worry about his size. I didn't think it showed up as an issue. He's not 300 pounds, but as a tackle, he can really move, and I think he's going to even benefit more from sliding inside.
Neil Ekiyor.
It is good. Go.
Charles, when you look at offensive linemen, I think starts is important. Your take on that? You get a guy that started 40 games in the SEC. That matters.
That's because you see everything. You see the power. You see the speed. You have the adjustment you have to make. You see the different styles and schemes coming at you. You're getting the 4-man fronts, right? You're getting those 3-3-5s, 4-2-5s. You have to make all those moves on the run. So it's pretty good to see. Notice Duncan didn't go, DJ.
Yeah, let's see if we can get some recon on that and find out what's going on. All right, here's Blake Freeland, who's having himself a day. Again, the best jumps we've seen, better than Tristan Wirfs a few years ago.
I mean, that's saying a lot. Tristan Wirfs is one of the best offensive line workouts that we've ever seen at a combine.
The issue with Blake Freeland has been just dealing with power. So, being able to bend and sink and handle power, that's been his bugaboo, which you're not going to get a chance to evaluate out here.
I was about to say, how do you evaluate?
You don't get to see that here. Yeah, no, it's different. So you're going to get to a pro day, and you're going to see coaches really trying to push him, get their hands on him, and you can feel how firm they are when you do that. But that's going to be a pro day deal. John Gaines had a good workout thus far at UCLA. Baylor's Connor Galvin played left tackle for them. Gets a little, you can see pops up a little bit. Want to keep those knees bent, stay low.
Javon Gwynn.
CD, Javon Gwynn, guard. I think his center is going to be his home.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that one?
Absolutely. And look, we see what these centers do now in the NFL. I just talked about Kelsey a little while ago, but he's not alone. These guys with this size, being able to be the one who's in the pivot, handle everything up front, they love those centers that can move these days. And quick up note for you and Rich, Jalen Duncan from Maryland. Asked him if he was going to do field drills. He said, he just looked at me and said, pro day. So
okay.
That's all you get. I did ask him if he was tweaked or anything like that. He said, no, pro day.
Okay.
Legs flat.
Ryan Hayes. He's, another one where I thought power was kind of the issue there. Charles Van Ness, who we saw put on a show here from Iowa, got through him a little bit, but overall, that Michigan offensive line, I think, as a group, just played so well together.
See the center, Oluwatimi, later on today. Paris Johnson's debut on the field.
When you look at his size and his length, it compares almost identically to Andrew Thomas, who is someone that really come on for the New York Giants and just gotten better every year and really developed himself into a quality starting tackle.
Giants expecting the same from Evan Neal, who they drafted last year. Had a little bit of a rough first year, but they expect him to develop the same way, and they'll have bookends.
Look at how much wider Broderick Jones' base. He plays with that wide base. Quick feet. Yeah, he's telling him don't guess, just keep moving, let the ball tell you where to go. That's an athlete, though. CD, we've got the parents of these players here this week. I got a chance to meet a couple of them and met Paris Johnson's family, and just what a nice mom and dad he has, and just love their son, spoke so highly of him, and that's one of the cool things I like that they've added, getting the parents out here.
It's a delight when you meet the families, isn't it? I've always reveled in that. And how about DeJuan Jones, the ground shaking? Old running back coach used to tell his guys before games, we had the big offensive line, make sure you jog with them in pregame so you get used to the ground shaking when the ball snapped for real.
All right, let's get some next-gen stats player tracking data out here for you. Let's color on the field a little bit.
Let's do it.
Get our highlighter out here. Steve Avila, again, played center. He's played both guard spots. One of the better interior linemen in this draft, and he's coloring. He's coloring out here on the field. You see the change of direction. It's interesting to see how much distance these guys cover. You saw he was between the hashes on all of his movements. And
Paris Johnson. It's interesting that it's maize and blue coloring for Paris Johnson. I kind of like that.
Nice. He's not highlighting a victory over the Wolverines on this field, unfortunately for him. Here we go. This is this Broderick Jones here that we've got?
Yep.
Nice.
It's covering the same, pretty much the same path right there.
Yeah, under control in all of his movements.
Well done on all three right there.
All right, let's get to some pulls here. This is the pulling segment of the workout, and we're going to see Jason Kelce, the aforementioned Jason Kelce. CD was talking about him. When you watch the Eagles, you see him get out in space all the time. Here he is on this long pole, getting outside. They ask him to get all the way out there, get some depth,
and he does.
All the way out to that third level.
Almost got three guys there.
It's ridiculous what he's able to do. Here he is coming tight right down the line. There's different variations of these pulls, and here he is. You see this quarterback draw, and they get the box counts that they want. It changes the math when you got a quarterback that can run, and then you have a center like Kelce who can work up to that second level and finish.
That boy, this truly translates. I mean, some of these
100%.
drills, sometimes you need to have a second look at a video to see how it translates, but this one you sure can. You also know who's playing center, that sort of stuff.
See the guys that are comfortable with this because they'll stay moving. They're not going to try and gear down and guess of which direction they're going to get moved, because that's what you've got to do. CD, you get to that second level, they don't stand still. You've got to be able to adjust in space, and scouting, we use the phrase, don't be a one-track guy. Some of these guys are fine if they stay on that track, but if they get off of it, they're in trouble.
You know what it's similar to? Hockey players talking about skating curves and skating through the curve, not coasting through it. Oh, by the way, Jason Kelce, a big-time hockey player, younger, so it all translated, didn't it?
There you go.
Good job, Steve. Good job, Steve. Left foot, there you go. Up foot on the line. Here we go.
Valu.
Come around tight, come around tight. There you go. Go sprint, sprint, sprint. No
You
break
can see other guys, too, who have to kind of look down at the cone. Other guys just more comfortable with their movement, head up and rolling.
And I got to point out, I think there's a missed opportunity here, guys.
Football on a stick.
Where is it?
Yep.
Rich, I have a report for you on that. I've actually seen football on a stick not too far away from me, probably about 8 yards away.
So I don't understand. Like, what are they waiting for?
And it looks like they're holding it in reserve, but I also saw some writing on it. Did I see some writing?
Oh, Rich autographed
Oh,
that
yeah,
thing.
years ago. Colts staff had me autograph football.
It's still
on a stick.
here. It's right here, the football on a stick.
I'm glad it's not on eBay.
You know, I mean, this is big time stuff.
Anthony Bradford is a massive dude. He's moving pretty well. 332 pounds right there. Anchor is not an issue with him. Oh, there's football on a stick.
Got whatever written on it.
Are we holding football on a stick in reserve, or will we be using it soon? The answer is yes. Should be using it soon.
I don't understand what's happening now. I mean,
it's a lost opportunity.
Coach is barking out. Snaps.
CD.
Kind of hurts the brand not using it right now.
Braden Daniels.
Braden Daniels for me, CD. 43 games he started there at Utah. I like his game. I like the way he plays. I like the way he moves.
And he comes from a program that breeds that toughness too, doesn't he?
That's what I'm saying.
You play for Kyle Whittingham, and you're going to play any position there. Kind of like we always hear about the Temple guys, right? Where in the single-digit numbers, the toughest guys get them. At Utah, that's how they practice every day too.
Good job. Low shoulders, low shoulders. Here we go. Come on through. Here we go.
Low shoulders, you heard.
Yeah, I love it when you can hear the teaching points from the coaches here.
This should be good here, I would think. Freeland is a real easy mover. But you mentioned it earlier, DJ. We saw it at the Senior Bowl. Power gave him a lot of trouble.
Yeah. You just got to play a little bit lower.
Side foot. Here you go. Here you go, Bruins.
I've seen this coach, by the way, not this specific coach, but I have seen the coach in this drill at a pro day take a charge where you want to get him close to you to make him change direction, but you don't want him to get too close before you make that decision of which way he's going to go.
You don't want to throw up the signal late, is what you're telling us.
No. Again, go in here. I wish they'd let him snap here and let him do this.
Okay. It's Mike Sullivan, Titans coach, who is disrespecting football on a stick by not utilizing it, by just actually calling out with a football in his hands.
CD, we just saw Harrison a second ago from Oklahoma,
Yes.
and you know, obviously there's RPO game in the NFL as well, but man, they run so much of it there this last year at Oklahoma. It's a tricky evaluation with offensive linemen.
Everything just happens right there.
Yeah, you kind of
at the
lean on
line of
guys. You can
scrimmage
just
on the
kind of lean
snap.
into them and push them. You run block and they're throwing.
You're not even short setting. You're just right there.
By the way, it's interesting that Paris Johnson precedes Broderick Jones in the order here because he does so on your list. Top 50 players. Johnson is 16. Jones is 17 on your list, Daniel.
Yeah, a lot of times with these guys, Rich, I like to travel them in pairs and then sort them out as we go through the whole process.
Oh my goodness, DeJuan Jones and Mekhi Becton simulcam.
We remember how fast Mekhi Becton was rolling here.
738 combined pounds of simulcam coming at you.
Boy, I hope he can stay healthy for your Jets, Rich. When he's out there, he's pretty good, man. That is ridiculous.
Well done. Dirk Vandenberg is watching internationally. Oh, yes. All the best from Belgium. We thank you very much. Very nice. Very nice.
I could go for a waffle right now.
Oh, my gosh. You know, they have more than name's finest. Quentin Nelson. First time he was working out on this turf. We all know he calls this turf home. You could just see when he was doing this how terrific a player he would be in the NFL.
I just remember him saying, people asked me if he's running a 40. He said no, and everybody just left it at that. Said, you do what you want to do. We've seen enough.
They do the mirror drill differently now.
Oh, you remember when Richie Incognito was doing this drill, popped a tire on that one.
All right, John, how you doing?
Now this is the
Here we go.
drill called deep pull.
So this is, you're really getting out in space. This is not coming flat down the line to get in man on the line of scrimmage. This is, they want to see you stay low, getting out of your stance here, and then get moving, simulating, getting all the way up to that outside of that second, third level even here, Charles.
Good job, Connor.
Getting out there, getting to the edge, right? But also eyes looking inside because you're going to take the first thing that shows.
Yeah, whatever flashes.
You know, if whatever flashes the color that's opposite your jersey color, take that there. But if you can get all the way to the edge, then hit something in space while you're moving, that's big time stuff. Real quick, guys, update. Jalen Duncan came over to me. So just in case you think no one's watching our report, he said, hey, just want to let you know, I've got a little bit of Achilles problem too. And I said, well, that's why I asked you.
Yeah.
I mean, I asked you the first time. And he said, yeah, I know. Nice young man, but he said he's got a little bit of Achilles issue.
All right.
He'll do it on pro day.
Paris Johnson Jr.
He can really get out there and run. I don't know why he didn't run today, Charles. Is there anyone we can hunt down that information at some point in time with Paris?
I'll see if I can grab him between drills and ask him, because if I
He's
ran
moving.
like him, I would run.
Yeah, just watch him there. I know, you know, Ohio State's pro day. I'm sure that's when that's all going to take place. But man, you can see him get out here and move.
I don't know if it's an institutional thing or not, because Jones, where you see on the screen, the only Buckeye at the combine, period, to have run a 40.
I think he wants to get it done, Rich. I think Jones wants to get the run done and not do it again. I bet he doesn't run at their pro day.
That's fine with, I mean, I don't think you need to see him run again. You see just what you see on tape, what you know you get from him. That should be good enough.
No doubt. Here's DeJuan Jones as you're looking at him here. No, look at the big man. You're not going to get around him. If you're going to stay on that one path, you're not going to have a chance. And I don't care if it's with speed or if you even want to try and get him with power. You're not going to be able to get through him. He's just too dang big. Here he is getting out on space. And again, he just swallows defenders once he gets out there. Here he's at the Senior Bowl. Again, for some reason, guys tried to try him with power. It's not going to happen. You're not going to get through this man. The one thing that you can get him with is if you can get him to change directions and redirect just because he's so massive. But speed and power against that? Come on. No chance. He's working today on the pole. Well, we
got the official 10-yard splits.
Just get out of the way of him.
These are unofficial 10-yard splits, okay? And Blake Freeland, the only sub-1-7 10-yard split, which is pretty darn good.
cone. You're going as tight to the outside the cone as you can.
Looking at some of the 10s here, if you look at Lane Johnson was a 168.
When Jake is going to slide over to be the puller, and then the next guy out is going to go where? Right over the X. Right over the X. I'm going to be right on top of you. Okay, here we go.
Rich, you want to give us a plug down there?
Yeah, check out former NFL scouts breaking down the 2023 draft prospects. Move the Sticks. Download from your favorite podcast platform. Oh, and also the Rich Eisen Show. Hopefully you'll call him. You'll be able to call in tomorrow. Tuesday, Jason Sudeikis will stop by the studio.
Hey now.
Yes, Ted Lasso himself.
Let's go. A new season coming out.
That's correct, just in time. Look forward to chatting with him in studio on Tuesday.
You going to bring biscuits?
That would be great. I would accept them, as would the rest of my guys.
Jake Andrews is going to be a center. Was in college, will be at the next level. Well, you've got the name twice beautifully today, Rich, by the way.
You know what?
Stay as tight as you can to that cone, fellas.
I'll keep doing it over under.
Here we go. There you go. Tight.
Steve Avila.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah, this is where, Charles, where you've got the full block and just get tight. They want you to stay tight right around, getting up to the next level.
And you stay tight because if you don't, who comes in between that gap?
It ain't a friendly. It ain't a friendly.
Someone very angry.
Yeah. And Bergeron, I'll tell you what, he is a good football player. You can see him run the 40.
You remember the play that we really locked in on the Senior Bowl when he got out in space and took out two guys downfield, DJ?
Oh, yeah. His background, by the way, just real quick, just for people to know, and Stacy can jump in on him too, but he's 17 years old. He's at a prep school in Canada. Had to work at Home Depot and landscaping to help pay for the prep school. As a thank you, the coach took him to a camp at Syracuse. Just taking him to a camp as a thank you, didn't think anything of it. He goes out to that camp and gets immediately offered on the spot by Syracuse. And off he's running, and he's got a chance to be, I think he's going to be a day 2 pick, and I think he's a plug-and-play starter in the NFL.
He's so good, his head coach Dino Baber started to learn French.
That's awesome.
That's so cool. Good story, guys. There's Curtis.
You're okay, don't just come running at me.
Brady Daniels.
There you go.
Nice job. I want you to stay tight here. Don't drift. Don't pop straight up. Stay tight. And it's that whole John Wooden phrase, right, CD? Be quick but not in a hurry.
Look out.
Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast.
Hey, get a little bit of a split here. Open up that split. You see where he's at. There you go. You don't want to get too tight. Here we go.
Coach is talking about your split, so the difference between the two of you. You don't want to be, foot to foot there. You're going to be all over each other. You got to have room to clear him as he's getting that down block and you're coming around.
Hold it. We'll try and hold it. Good normal split here. Good normal
see a little depth here from the outside man as he's coming around. Yeah, we almost had a collision, CD. That got close.
You better throw the fair catch up early. Don't do it late.
So the official 10-yard split for Freeland is 1-6-8.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Lane Johnson was a 1-6-8, and you've seen Lane Johnson move on a Sunday.
Got Colton Miller there in 2018 and the 1-7-1 split. Taylor Lewan, he's on NFL Plus right now, and he'll be up here shortly. Before he joins us, I'll be cussing with the boys, I think.
I know, I got my play referee up here.
No, that'll be fine. Got 2 Michigan men, it's fine. One on the screen here in Ryan Hayes.
You'll see some of these guys. This is Paris Johnson with how tall he is. This is a challenge here. You got to stay low. You don't want to pop straight up. Got a little bit high there. Again, just for the taller guys, this is just going to be more of a challenge. Broderick Jones, and I do love it, Rich. You pointed it out when you get big-time players right next to each other to see them. Broderick Jones, both those guys are going to be tackles, but if one of them had to slide inside at guard initially, I would say Broderick Jones is better better equipped to do that.
There you go, D. There you go, D. There you go. Nice job. Nice job.
Okay. We'll be back with more on-field drills for the first of 2 offensive line groups. And then the running backs will get out there at the very beginning of a long Sunday here in Indianapolis. Dancing Bears and changes of direction. When we come back, more of that from the home of the Colts. Back here in Indianapolis with more on-field drills for offensive linemen. You check it out right now because there's a whole other group that'll do the same darn thing later on. We're calling Steve Avila back. What's going on, Dan?
I think he's going to talk to him about his number of kicks.
He just did it on the guy went before, which would have been the young man out of Oregon. Told him he only did it twice, so he was getting a little bit perturbed. This is about, listening to the instruction of the drill and then going and executing it.
So he sends you out, and then he wants you to come back in, and then he wants you to take 3 kicks. So it's Coach Stoutland, as good as it gets in the NFL right there with the Philadelphia Eagles, their offensive line coach. Talked to him the other day. He's been.
Come on back. Do it again. Let's go. What are you in a hurry for? Stay in front of the defender.
A lot of Philly right there, huh?
Oh, yeah.
What are you in a hurry for?
He started, ironically, started talking about pizza with him, and I swear, and he said that
you gotta reach for ground.
New Haven, Connecticut, a clam pizza, he said, is his go-to.
Have you seen the T-shirts that his daughter designed?
What are they?
Stoutland University.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wait, there's
bringing him. That's all the way back.
He's not going to let you do it and get away with it unless you're going to do it the way he wants it done.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go.
He wants one more kick there at the end. Was that Bergeron who just went?
Yes.
It was,
yeah.
Yes.
He was Boston.
Kick. Good. Nicely done.
I said, this is better to me. You used to just do this kick drill. You just kick all the way out to, forever. But this is more realistic to simulate what you'll see in a game. You're in your pass set. All of a sudden, you've got something inside. You got to get back out. That's offensive line play. That's the ability to keep your eyes up, to adjust, to redirect.
And it eliminates that rabbit that was going, and it would be different speeds. Remember, DJ? When you're trying to kick out with a guy, it might simulate it, it might not.
Yeah, this is like if they're running a game. So you get up the field, all of a sudden he crashes down. Now you got to get back out. Can you sink your weight and redirect, or do you get stuck?
Time out. Put your left foot on the squeeze of the action. Power stick. You're right here. Looking at me.
I mean, Coach Stoutland on his resume, it should really just be a picture of Jordan Mailata, who had no background in football, and he's turned him into one of the better left tackles in the NFL.
And when you watch an Eagles practice, so many practice you go to, you see the skill guys do stuff, right? But not with West Stoutland. You see the offensive line guys do things in between drills.
Stacy?
Well, Rich, you guys just mentioned Jordan Mailata. I bumped into Coach Stoutland this week, and it's such a great story, obviously, with that Eagles offensive line. They discovered him in Florida, and he's an Aussie. And Coach Stout was telling me that he gets a call from Howie Roseman. He's on his way to a golf trip with his buddies. This is like the off season, and Howie's like, you got to go see this guy. So he cancels his trip and he goes and checks this kid out. At the time, 2018, and if you talk to Coach Stout, he has a list of 10 criterion that you have to kind of go through and evaluate when it comes to O-linemen. Well, Jordan Mailata checked a whole bunch of boxes, but what's really interesting is I said, can I, see that list? What is that list of the 10 criterion? Nope, it's a secret. He's special. He is a special coach, and I think the Eagles O-line performed as such this year.
It's just like, I know a lot of people who won't share their recipes, Seriously. It's his own secret sauce that he clearly has for the Philadelphia Eagles.
And the Eagles have 2 first-round picks this year, and you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to be at the line of scrimmage. Probably one on offense and one on defense, because that's what they believe in.
That's a good job on 3 kicks. Well, you know the value of that.
he is talking to everyone else when he talks to the individual. Do you notice, DJ and Rich? When he just said, do you know the value of 3 kicks? That's really good. He said it loud enough so everyone else could hear it. In other words, a lot of you aren't listening.
Get out of your stance quick. Come back down. That's really pretty.
That did look nice, yes.
Paris Johnson.
Fans like it.
Broderick Jones. Yeah, it was, again, you see him back to back. Thought Paris was a little smoother there.
Well, how can you tell if Stoutland's really just getting on these guys, or he's getting on them just to try and cover the tracks that he likes?
I think there's certain coaches, and Stout's one of them. He's equal opportunity without agenda. So I think everybody gets to hear it from him, and there's no smoke screens.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look at someone who's helped themselves today with their performance. That's Blake Freeland. Big tackle from BYU. Everything has been impressive with him. You look at the sub-5 flat 40 with a 1.6810. The jumps, as we've already mentioned, were ridiculous. Here you see the Next Gen Stats player tracking data just following around with his movements. Everything real crisp, real clean. Paris Johnson, the big man from Ohio State, no 40 from him. Again, in the mix to be the top offensive lineman as well. I'd say that's a 3-man race with him, Broderick Jones, and Peter Skoronski. But no 40, he'll save that for Columbus. But the workout so far, you can see, man, he is a mover. He is getting going. He'll test really well once he puts all those numbers down. But the field workout so far today has been impressive. And then Broderick Jones came in a little bit bigger than everyone anticipated. Thought he might be just over 6'4". It turns out he's over 6'5". Again, the athleticism that he has. We've talked about the comparison with Ike Ekwonu in terms of the numbers. Seeing him stay low here. A nice job again. It feels like the Georgia Bulldogs, they're everywhere here in Indianapolis. And how about this for a pair of tackles if you're CJ Stroud? Are those guys big enough and long enough for you think?
Yeah. How about that?
Massive. I don't know if I can remember a tackle tandem bigger than these two since I've been doing this for 20 years.
684 pounds combined.
Ridiculous.
All right.
Steve Avila. I think Steve Avila, there's a chance he could get into the back of round 1 at worst. Charles, Steve Avila, I think, is a top 40 pick in this draft. And if you have a need at either guard spot or center, I think he can occupy it.
No question. You guys made that point earlier about being able to have position versatility in order to be able to play during a game. Steve Avila, guard, center, he can plug in either gap. Oh, by the way, while you were gone, Coach Stoutland, it was great. He made sure those guys knew what he did not like about the last drill. And what he really wants to see, DJ, is when they're kicking a little more depth. He said, you guys taking baby steps, you will block no one on the edge in our league.
Yeah, you got to cover up speed. You got to get out of there. Nice.
That's it. One more kick, you're good. You get push, we just don't tap and go back in. There you go.
You can also not only watch the feet and see if they can drop their weight and really bend here, but you also get a chance to hear their punch a little bit on these bags. Good set. Bradford's an athlete from LSU, 332 pounds. He moves well.
Mention you can hear the punch on the bags. We couldn't use our guys Brad and Justin for this one, could we? We may see them again come running backs time, but they weren't ready for this one.
Good. Turn and run, Curtis. Good.
Braden Daniels. How about the numbers when you put his numbers in with his workout? Charles, Cody Whitehair. Remember him coming out of Kansas State?
Absolutely.
Identical almost across the board with the measurables with Braden Daniels.
A left tackle that moved inside the center and guard.
There you go. And that's the formula, in my opinion, for Daniels in his career. All right, there's always comparisons that we're making. I noticed this one down on the field, and I want to see what we've got here.
What do you got? What do you got?
Let's go with the beard comp.
Oh.
We've got Jake Andrews. I think that's a little cleaner than Jason's. Jason's got a little more color there, a little.
Well, I mean, it technically is
gray.
the off season right now for the prospect. I mean, you know, you can.
But I think it's a good ratio between the mustache and the beard. I think you want a little more full in the beard, a little tighter in the mustache.
Oh, that's good. Hey, man, Kelsey comp on the beard front. Yeah, that's a good way to start your career. There's the guy who is in Kelsey's ear quite a bit. That's it. Look at Coach Stoutland. Get into it.
Yeah, baby. Look at the eyes.
Get in there. This live poll up on the scoreboard. Who would you select with the #1 overall pick in the draft? Wow. Football on a stick in a tight race with Fred the Sled. Stat Baby is a third-party candidate that's pulling away votes. And the Impact Bag guys are getting bagged again.
Oh, it's been tough for them all the way around.
That.
It's a thankless job.
And by the way, it's a tight race.
Oh, wow. Fred the Sled just pulled ahead.
Stat Baby.
That's great. That's my vote.
Stat Baby still has a shot.
Yeah.
Still has a shot. We'll see what happens on when Stat Baby chooses a program on his pro day. Can improve his standing.
We've got the mirror
well done.
drill.
I like that. That's a fun poll.
That's a good. They've done a great job here on the scoreboard for everybody in house. Again, we've got fans in here, so you got to keep them engaged.
Guys, the bag guys were devastated.
Oh, it's tough.
Devastated when they saw, especially when they saw him go
They
from 2%
they're
to 2.
used to the abuse, though.
And
Come
now
on.
they said they're firing their whole staff off of that one. Not enough votes.
So this is a mirror drill now. Used to be with the rabbit.
Yeah, you used to have two guys.
Right?
Yeah, two players, and you saw some of them would what we would call brother-in-law it to take it easy on the other guy, and other guys were trying to really make them work. So they eliminated that, and now you've got the coaches getting these guys. Here's Bergeron again.
Feel the burn of these guys going back and forth.
Oh yeah, you get your legs cooked a little bit. Bergeron, to me, when I watched him CD, I thought, okay, is he going to play out? Is he going to play tackle? Is he going to move inside? Then we saw him at the Senior Bowl. I'm like, dude, this guy's a left tackle, man.
Yes, but there's no longer any thought about him going inside. Did you see that movement on that?
Yeah.
Oof.
Ready? Hey, come on, move. There you go. Good. Cover some ground.
Bradford's moved well today too. And he's low. You see it there. He's not standing straight up. He's really getting down in his base and bending well.
Ready? Hey, come on. More. Big chest. Come on. Bigger chest.
Broker.
You got to block somebody out of this now. Move. You're moving your feet. Move. Yeah. Come on now.
One thing about Broker, Charles, you look at my notes, just this guy's always attached. Even if he's not always in the perfect position, he just never gets beat clean, does a good job of staying attached.
Remember, he was a tackle, and his head coach, Lane Kiffin, came to him and said, hey, for your pro days, I think you're a guard, and we'll move you there this year, but that's only if you want to. And he eagerly accepted the challenge.
Come on. Work. Mirror. Come on, mirror. Come on, Zach, over here. Let's go here. Go here. And finish. Good job. Don't hit me.
Don't hit me.
You ready? Yes, sir. Hey, let's work a little bit now. Hey, come on! Get working! Move! Have me back over here! Come on, back over right now! Come on! Work! Finish!
Thank you, of
job.
Alabama.
Good rep.
Ready? Hey, come on! Move! Come on! Big
Arkansas Pine Bluff. Mark Evans, the second.
Come on, back!
Hey, this dude gets some movement on down blocks. He gets on you. He can drive you. Thought the balance in space was the issue that he had, and as a tackle, I thought he'd be better situated to go inside.
Let's go. Here we go. There you go.
Phil Rauscher, Jaguars coach, getting some airtime now. It's funny later on for the drills for the running backs.
Come on, move. Big chest.
Looking forward to seeing if Deuce Staley does get out there because he's got a drill named after him. When we saw him leaving the facility last night, he's doubtful on the report to appear, despite the drill being named after him.
Thankful for the honor of having the drill named after him. Not so keen on having to go down there and do the drill, though, that's named after him. I think those should be separated. And by the way, the Jags, when you get the coach out there, Jawan Taylor's a free agent. So it's always fun when you tie what's right around the corner in free agency together with these guys he gets to see up close.
Literally standing 5 yards away from him as he puts them through the mirror drill paces. Anton Harrison of Oklahoma.
He's heel clicking a little bit here, Charles.
and stopping each time at the edge. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Not really be able to stay through it.
A lot of times they'll move this drill as well because of the turf. You see all the pellets that get kicked up. It affects the footing after a while.
Gets too soft.
Yeah. Paris Johnson, he's got really, really quick feet. He can get a little bit narrow at times with his base, but he is quick-footed. See how much wider Broderick Jones is? He plays that way, too. That's how their styles are. He's a more wide-based player. He lost his footing there. And I think the quickness edge would go to Paris.
Now,
but I think the base is better with Broderick, and this is the big man. That's hard. That's going to be his challenge, and we saw it. All big guys are going to have that issue. It's that ability to redirect, anchor, and handle speed. Not a problem, but the NFL, you got to be able to slide and redirect. You're going to be caught in some tough positions. Let's look at Joe Thuney here from the Kansas City Chiefs. Again, no mystery. We're using representatives in these drills, the two teams that played for a title because of the importance of the position. But Joe Thuney, here he is in the mirror drill. Rich mentioned it. Used to have the Rabbits back in the day, 2 players. There he is showing you that ability. Look how light he is on his feet. There's a reason why he got paid what he did, and it's really helped solidify that offensive line for the Chiefs. And when you've got Patrick Mahomes back there, not only are your defenders going to be changing direction, you got Patrick Mahomes going to be moving around too.
And that's exactly what the drill
So you've got to be able to adjust when your quarterback's on the move and be able to redirect. Again, another example. Look at him just slide easy back and forth. That's a ridiculous throw, by the way, by Mahomes. Goodness gracious. Here's Paris Johnson. Again, nice job. Just how quick he is. Then that was a little more quick, a little more narrow, and here's not quite as quick, but a little more wider base here with Broderick Jones going through the same exact drill.
That's DeJuan Jones right there.
Oh, that's the big man. Yeah, that's I don't envy the ground right there in that little 3-4 foot space. Yeah, there's the pellets I was talking about. When you have these turf fields, they get kicked up here, so a lot of times you'll move the drill on.
Just kudos to our crew with all of these shots.
Pretty awesome.
And they're all out there all day long, lugging equipment, getting these shots perfectly squared up for you at home. And by you at home, I mean many of the coaches who have left Indianapolis. We know who you are.
Some general managers as well.
Oh, my goodness. Well, we're glad to be your eyes and ears, whether you work in the league or do not.
Very good. I'll give you a set hit and you'll set on it. Here we go. Here we go.
Apparently it's the last drill, the screen drill.
Come on, hustle out.
Is this new?
I think we might have had this before.
Flatten them out. Here we go.
Oh, Ali.
Yeah, you got to hold for a count. Oh, that's a fit shield. That is nice.
Isaac Williams of the Steelers wearing that.
Yeah, you don't want to get bruised here.
That's Bobby Johnson of the G-Men barking out the orders.
Right in the middle of that. Here we go.
The cool thing about this is not only can you run this drill, but you can actually umpire a Little League game after it's over.
Very nice.
Set to his outside half and funnel him just like you would on screen.
Nice job by Avila.
Good job.
At CD, this is simulating too. In a screen, there's a count there, right? You don't want guys getting right clean through. So you're going to hold for a count, time it up, and then get out there.
Because if you don't hold for a count, you have a jailbreak.
Yep.
And then your quarterback's got a problem. It doesn't matter if you're out there running, because you're running and for no reason. There's no play.
Yeah, and you're buying time for your back, and you're also buying time to expand the defense.
Run. Go. Don't break down.
Yeah.
Don't break down.
Stay on the dead run. You don't want to run over the coach, but it's part of the drill. Let's see if Bergeron can finish up. It's been an outstanding workout for him. I mean, his postseason has been excellent between the Senior Bowl and what we've seen on the field out here today.
And how about the adjustment he made? He told T.J. Bass not to break down at the end. Bergeron heard him.
He was
running
sprinting.
through.
Look out. Look out.
Uh-oh. He got right back up.
Almost like his own wave drill.
Start on the ground, pop up. Again, these guys, think about this. All this change of direction, and you're playing with knee bend. Your legs are pretty fried at this point in time at the end of the workout.
There you go, buddy. There we go.
Bradford's had a good day.
Well, the last 2 workout days have ended with attempted flips that did not have a stuck landing.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say DeJuan Jones will not be the third.
I was going to ask who's going to do that from this group.
Flatten him out. Go. Good. Run. Let's go.
That's great. I'll tell you what, McClendon Curtis, by the way, I've called him Curtis McClendon at least 65 times over the offseason. Had almost 6'6", 324 pounds, with 35-inch arms. To be moving like he is and redirecting like he is has been quite impressive.
DJ, I know Cole Strange went last year in the first round in New England and played pretty well for them. Do you get a little benefit, same school, coming from there?
Oh, absolutely. It just makes it easier to, you talk about selling players in the room, right? When you get in the draft room, it's a sales pitch. And you're trying to convince coaches and personnel department that, hey, this guy can play. And you have proof of concept right now when you look at Cole Strange and how well he's transitioned.
Derek Frazier is in the line of fire, standing on the 48-yard line to give them an instruction as to where to go at the end. And he's got big dudes with heads of steam heading right at him.
It's a dangerous game of trust fall here that he's playing.
And he doesn't have any of the material guarding him.
No.
There's been a couple of near misses.
Flatten him out. Go. Release.
Here's Galvin.
So with Bergeron, who we were just talking a minute ago from Syracuse, if you look at the numbers, just the size and the length. And
we plugged it in. What do you got?
We plugged it in, and it spit out Tyler Smith. We referenced earlier with the Dallas Cowboys, who played so well out of Tulsa in his rookie year.
Really good.
I remember when.
I love this, by the way. This is what people wonder about the value in the combine. One of the things is we've been doing these measurements year after year after year. And it's not saying they're the identical player, but it gives you a reference point of being like, this is exactly what he physically looks like.
And that if height, weight, speed does translate from player to player and year to year, I mean, Smith was a first-round pick by Dallas. A lot of folks were wondering how he would fit in, and man, did he come in handy, to say the least.
Well, he had a lot of penalties in college, and he was a little over-aggressive, but you never question his athleticism or toughness. And then at the next level, Charles, he played more under control.
Yes, and he was so good. Think about this. Tyron Smith came back, and he moved Tyron Smith to the right side and kept Tyler Smith on the left.
We got to re-rack that one with Broderick Jones. Yeah, he just chucked him.
He did.
Oh, my gosh.
He dispatched with the coach.
Go ahead and say it. Threw him out of the club.
He did. And here's DeJuan Jones to wrap up this drill. Got to give him an indication right now where to go.
I think he might have got both feet off the ground of the coach. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody lift. He forklifted him.
Bostic's going to get another shot here.
Last one. Nice job. Stayed on his feet. Way to finish it, Earl.
You think Broderick Jones did lift the coach?
It looked like it to the naked eye. Let's see what happens here.
Lift clean in place. Let's see.
Underneath him. Let's get your hands on him. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot of jobs I'd be happy doing at the combine. This is not one of them.
Look at that. Get out of my way, coach. Oh, man. We will hear his name called on night one on April 27th. The NFL Draft presented by Verizon. Our coverage live from Kansas City. Group 10 is done. I am told Taylor Lewan is making his way to our booth. Wouldn't miss what's about to be placed in front of you, the NFL Network viewer. That'll be fun coming up.
How you doing? Down. There's Broderick Jones, vertical jump of 30.
Jalen Duncan Talked about him a little bit.
Yeah, expect him to be athletic. There he is at 9'5". No surprise at all. You watch him when he's playing tackle for Maryland. And
all the Maryland kids, by the way, this weekend, huh?
Mike Locksley, the head coach at Maryland. Remember what they went through prior to him arriving? Think of the talent he's accumulating now.
We're going to see Peter Skoronski on the field in the next group. He's the #1 lineman on DJ's board.
But you talk about bloodlines. We talk about it all the time. His grandfather, Bob Skoronski, a former captain for the Green Bay Packers with Vince Lombardi, he's following in that same line.
We knew that Blake Freeland was going to do great out there in the testing. I mean, he's kind of an athletic freak.
Very much so. Comes from a very athletic family. His mother, the 8th leading scorer in the history of BYU in basketball. Got a sister in the track and field team. Look at him, 37 inches, 10 foot broad. Zero surprise whatsoever with his athletic ability.
By the way, I know it was just a hand timer. Fastest time you had from the field to that seat.
Really?
All week. You've been up and down those stairs an awful lot.
Got a little pep in my step come
here,
Sunday.
my man. That was good work. That was good.
That's that hydration and stretching.
So let's check out the highlights of some of the big boys that we saw there in Group 1. What'd you think of Broderick Jones?
I like him so much coming in. And Daniel Jeremiah's made such has done such a great job of illuminating these guys and how Broderick Jones plays. See how wide he's moving with his footwork? That's his base when he's playing. So he's used to operating that way. Some guys have a narrow base and they come out here and they get wide when they move. That's not their normal gait. For him, this is how he does it, and this is how he keeps people away from his quarterback.
And it's so funny because most of us as football fans, we don't watch the linemen do their thing usually unless they get called for holding or something. But, man.
How about that? How about that strength there, pushing the coach out of the way?
Yeah, that was great.
Turning and running. And Paris Johnson Jr. out of The Ohio State University. Pure athlete. Look at him change direction, which means when he gets out to the open field, you're on the 3rd level, look out. He's likely to hit you in the open field. Look at his footwork here.
Gosh almighty.
I mean, that's defensive back footwork on a guy 300-plus pounds. Get a nice little punch there. And then look at him get out of there. Now we're going to get close. Look at him push and watch him turn upfield. Exactly what you're looking for. And look at him change direction there.
How about his Buckeye teammate?
Now, this is going to be entirely different, but doesn't mean you don't get the job done. DeJuan Jones, you can feel the turf pounding. If you're a running back, you better get used to it because you might fall down if you're following him on a sweep.
I'm so happy we weren't on a fault line here.
Absolutely. We might have one now. But now watch him as we trace him as he goes. This is not where he's going to be at his best in terms of how we're going to evaluate him. You get him into a physical game, pushing people around, knocking people down the line of scrimmage. That's his game. Plus, if you are a rusher and you just want to go pure power against him, it's Drago.
All right, come on.
Told Apollo, you will lose.
Well played. All right, second group of linemen, some big names out there.
Some monster names out there. Let's start in the Big Ten, okay? The center, John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota, is going to be out here. Peter Skoronski, the left tackle from Northwestern. Some think he may move inside to guard because of arm length. And Joe Tippmann, the center from Wisconsin,
good one.
Another big player, not to mention Luke Whippler from Ohio State. From the SEC, Osiris Torrance, the transfer from Louisiana at guard, maybe the best guard in the draft. And Darnell Wright from Tennessee, who came into his own his last year in Knoxville, had played left tackle, right tackle, was really big at right tackle this year for the Volunteers.
So we can't wait to see the big boys. And then the running backs will finish up the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine later tonight on NFL Network.
Think they'll move as fast as I did up here?
Probably not.
Yeah.
You set the bar.
I mean, it's a high one.
A week from today, you know what's happening, Charles. Free agency frenzy. I see Rap Sheet over there already sweating up a storm. You okay, Rap?
He better get his rest.
Okay, he's good. He's already got like 8 phones charged. 40 hours of live coverage coming your way. Oh, busting with the boys. Yeah, they're tweeting because their guy Taylor Lewan is about to be live on NFL Network. So tweet at Rich Eisen or Daniel Jeremiah. Tell them to ask Taylor, are you for the boys? Oh, there he is. He's already warmed up the vocal cords as part of our NFL Plus team down there on the field with Joe Thomas and Sean O'Hara and Deion Dawkins. It's all coming your way live in the booth.
Oh, look at the days, the memories of 2014. The kid out of University of Michigan just showing off at the 2014 Combine, kick-stepping, jumping, 1,000% not knowing at the time for the boys. Had no idea in 2014 what was coming when Taylor Lewan. By the way, this is day 4 of our Scouting Combine, also day 264. But Bussin' with the Boys tweeting a photo of me until I come on your podcast. There I was on the set of Jason Kelsey's podcast. An interesting choice by your boy Jack on that Twitter feed. It's a pleasure and honor to welcome to the booth NFL Network's live coverage, Taylor Lewan. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, bud.
All right. First things first, let's get right to it.
You want to talk about you being a sellout, going to New Heights? What are we talking about here? I don't know.
No.
Your show.
But no, excuse me. It's ours right now. It's ours right now. I am going to give the people what they want. Are you Taylor Lewan for the boys?
I think they always say there's no stupid questions, but what a dumb one that was. Absolutely, I'm for the boys.
Okay.
What a broad, general blanket statement, but I love them.
I'm just trying to give somebody free gear.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
I did. I saw the tweet from Bustin' with the Boys. Jack McPherson's doing a great job in the old social media right now. Speaking of,
yeah,
264
Well,
days?
that was the other day when I did New Heights podcast. Yeah. Without Travis, because he was big-timing us hosting SNL.
Which, by the way, SNL, if you want an average at best offensive lineman in the NFL to ever host SNL, I am your guy.
Okay.
A lot of people, a lot of Bustin' with the Boys fans are actually saying right now that Rich Eisen is a complete sellout for doing that show before our show. I'm not saying that. I'm just reporting the news right now. I don't feel that way. Rich and I have had a lot of great conversations over the past 264 days. He's actually, hold on, let me sing your praises for a second. He's actually tried to come on the show on 3 separate occasions, one being as early as August of last
year.
I know. And then at the
Who couldn't make it? Who couldn't make it last August?
I couldn't make it.
Who tried to come from Canton to Nashville?
Where were you going after that,
on
Rich?
On the way to
Where were you
vacation
going
with my
after that,
family.
Rich?
A very nice vacation
Yeah,
spot
it was.
in the Northeast.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, how's that Sammy?
No. It's okay,
brother.
DJ, we need you in this. We need you in this.
That thing looks terrible.
We need you in this.
You guys have
You don't
some
have to have
issues. I
lunch.
want you guys to work this thing out, just in case this thing gets out of hand.
I tried. No,
that's all I'm here.
And there were 2 other times.
He tried to come on. He tried to come on during the Super Bowl too, but we actually declined that because we really want Rich on the bus. There's a whole lot of things we can get into, but boys, we're at the NFL Combine. We got the big, beautiful men out here running around in underwear while a bunch of overweight GMs and head coaches judge their athletic ability. What a day. Am I right? What a day to watch this.
Can I just I just want one question here, and I need an honest answer.
It was a spray tan, yes.
That was my question.
Was it?
There's no way that was natural. There's no way. I don't care. I'm sure you're probably training in Phoenix, but there's no way.
No,
if you've watched spring training, it's raining. There's no way there was that type of sun out before the combine.
You spray tanned for the combine?
No, it wasn't a spray tan. I was in Bradenton, Florida, home of the newlyweds and nearly deads. That's what they say, not me. And I get this wild hair that, listen, when you're a little more tan, things look a little bit better. All right, proof's in the pudding. So me, Zach Martin, a bunch of individuals go to the tanning bed. We start bragging about how we can all get super tan.
Yeah.
So we hit 10 minutes the first day. By the way, I just played a whole football season up in Michigan.
Yeah.
Your boy was looking translucent at that point. So I go in there, I do the 10 minutes. I have never peeled. I peeled like a snake, for God's sakes, for 3.5 days.
You're molting?
Wow.
Dude, it was horrendous. But
yes,
consistency is key, boys. I kept going, and sure enough,
that was a great tan.
Absolutely bronzed.
Not an ounce of it was natural, but
do
it was
scouts notice that sort of thing?
Yes.
It's all about how you
look at how pasty everybody is out here. This guy comes out here looking like he just came off a Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition.
Yeah. What a different contrast too when you guys pull me up from 2014, fresh haircut. Now I look like your guys' drug dealer. So we got a whole different vibe.
Well, let's get the bookends. We just started this segment by how it started, and now this is how it's going. What is happening with the trash bags outside of your house?
Yeah, so
What's
I
going
was on my way to take my daughter to her dance lessons. It was Monday around 4:45.
Because you're Father of the Year as well. You're Father of the Year.
Yeah, I have been putting an effort, and I have been putting a lot of work. And she actually gave me this necklace to wear for this weekend.
Okay.
I went out there, I took the photo, I put it out there, and I left. I had no idea it was going to catch the traction that it did. The Titans are an A-class franchise. They treated me so well when I was there. They actually gave me the fortune of choosing when I was going to be cut, which does not happen in the NFL. A lot of guys find it on the ticker. And I was with the equipment guys, Joey and all of them, and I asked them, hey, would you guys do me a favor? Can you guys just bag my stuff up? I'll give you $100, bag my stuff up and bring it.
Nice.
Said, yeah, no problem. So they brought it, and it got blown up a little bit, but I did make a little video because I don't want them to catch the unnecessary heat.
Okay. And so now what?
Now
when's he going on the bus?
It's
look, 2 things. Number
it's
one,
a weird, complicated relationship.
It's
We're like an odd
weird.
rom-com.
It's not
fun.
weird at all. When you first told me about your podcasting venture, it was in Nashville for the draft.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yes, you came on and you were like, I'm starting a new pod.
Yeah.
It's called Bussin' with the Boys. And some guy I'd never really
Scoffed
heard
at
of
me.
who was, co-hosting with you.
Yeah, that's his name. We'll get it.
Compton.
Yes.
So he and you were doing it together, and I said, well, what is it? You got a bus, right?
Yeah.
And I said, well, great. Then have the bus come when it's in LA. I'll do it. You're like, no, there's no motor in the bus. And I'm like, I will not. Then I made it on the spot. I will not come on the bus until there's a motor. And I'm very willing to place that aside out of my affinity for you and Will.
Damn. Thank you.
So yes, I'm ready to do it. I have offered to do it. And then you didn't bring the bus to the Super Bowl.
I know. Listen,
Can you not
it's amazing what people will do once the numbers go up. We're not officially big enough for Rich Eisen. I'm only kidding. Rich, you've been amazing the whole time. A mentor to me when it comes to the microphone. I love watching you. It's amazing. We will get you on the bus.
Hey, by the way,
I'm happy to come. Wait a minute. They can't afford to send the bus to the Super Bowl?
Oh, we could. We could ask Barstool to do that. But
Did they have the money?
What's that?
They have the money for it.
Yeah, just because you got the money, it's still overhead, buddy. We got that overhead. Listen, I've done the business 101 now. I know how it works.
Real quick, I think I just got a text from Mike McDaniels. Wants to know where you got your jacket.
Very
he's
nice.
Doing some shopping in the booth.
This is Savas from Nashville, Tennessee.
Stay right there, sir. We're going to take a break. Come back. You'll be with us as they run 40s.
Love that.
And we do too. Okay, Father of the Year.
I think we just worked some things out right there.
It feels good. I feel lighter.
I feel momentum.
Yeah. This is
momentum's building. It's good. DJ's getting to some meals, and we're going to watch some 40s when we come back. Everybody should know that I am, in fact, for the boys.
There's no question.
Since jump, since you had me at hello, and Will Compton, he's taken me on walks. I've taken him on walks.
Yeah. By the way, what a
great.
Legendary move by you.
Which was what?
Just taking Will on a walk like that, taking his own poison and putting it in his mouth. That is wild.
It's what I do for a living. It's what I do for a living.
You are, sir, one of the best.
Thank
I was
you.
saying before we even started this broadcast, when I jumped on, put the mic on, that one of my favorite people in the world sitting to my left, billions of people on this earth, and I get to sit next to this man and just talk a little shop, talk a little ball, while these gentlemen run for their lives.
What do you remember about
doing this?
Running. Obviously, you rolled, but I mean, what do you remember about the process?
The most distinct thing I remembered was being O-line 23, Michael Jordan, shout out, and that was the cutoff between the first group and the second group. So I was actually the first guy to go in the second group.
Oh.
Now somebody told me, don't rush your 40. Take a step back. I literally, if you watch my video back, I am up against the wall where it says 40-yard dash, and I take a nice slow walk because they told me that's your time. Everyone's waiting on you. No one's rushing on you. And that's what the Combine is. The Combine's all about hurry up and wait. I took my time and just got an absolute gallop in.
And here's Tayshawn Manning of Kentucky.
Again, remind everybody that we've got interior linemen and tackles mixed together. There was a time where we separated them, but they're all mixed in together today.
You going to get Jerry on the bus? He's got a bus here.
Yeah,
we should have done it on his bus.
Jerry is more than invited on the bus. Anytime he would like to come on bus with me.
I mean, he's the original bus.
Yeah, he is. Here's a guy right here.
That's bussing with the boss, though.
Bussing with the boss. Look at you.
Yeah, there's no question.
Oh, yeah. What do you think of Cody Monk here?
I think he's just a guy that people are going to have the same questions about him as they did about me. That quirky personality is going to fit in the locker room. That will yet to be seen. But everything this guy's done from a vibe point, having the jibs out while he's playing, giving out fake high fives to opposing players, having the bun in the back. Man, what a guy.
And plus, he won't do what you've just did, which is get new teeth.
Yeah. Well, he might someday.
He said maybe never, but for sure not until he's done playing.
And a 5.13 is not bad, but even better than that, that under 1.8 split is something that I think every GM's going to be happy about.
So we talked about it. If you look at the numbers, that the elite numbers for tackles, it's 174 for interior guys, 175. And with him, he's legitimately a 5-position guy. He can play all 5 positions. Did it at the Senior Bowl.
Right. There's a phrase they have in the NFL: the more you can do, the less you get paid. So hopefully that man can find himself a niche at one spot and run that paper up as much as he possibly can.
Jordan McFadden of
Great
Clemson.
10. Great 40.
Nice.
Stacy?
I know you guys want the teeth story, right? The toothless smile. I got it.
Okay.
On Cody Mauch, I got it. I asked him about it. I said, I was a little shy about asking him, though. I can't lie. I mean, who wants to ask somebody about their teeth? But I did it. 7th grade conference championship basketball tournament, diving for a loose ball. His buddy was too. He dives into his head, and his teeth were just hanging. They were basically hanging. Snaggletooth all the way, you guys. He had to go to the hospital, and they had to pull him. So they pulled him. They tried every which way to figure out how to put teeth back in his mouth. They put flippers in there. He had retainers. Nothing worked. And his mom, he told me his mom was ticked at him because he kept losing the retainers. Those are expensive, by the way. And the bottom line is he basically told me, listen, it grew on me. I kind of like it. I asked him, are you ever going to get him fixed? Nope, he probably won't even after football. And every team that he met with asked him about the teeth.
It's a brand, right?
It's a brand.
Teething with the boys.
That's the most North Dakota thing I've ever heard in my life. I probably won't fix my 2 front teeth being missing.
So Wanye Morris running there. Now here's John Ujoku.
Great pronunciation.
Rich, he already had the toughest one of the day. He's already aced that test.
Yeah?
Man.
Who was that?
Strong.
You're going to make me say it again?
No.
He's done it 3 times. He'll do it a 4th.
I will.
Yeah, why don't you give it a shot? What you got?
Onojuku.
Onojuku.
Yep. John Ojukwu of Boise State.
Tough start.
The left tackle there at Boise State. Want a little bit better on that time. He's physical, though. See him move people on.
Fitting. We're chock full of Wolverines now. As Taylor Lewan's in the booth next to me. Sorry, App State. Daniel Jeremiah. It's time for Oluwatimi.
God. Taylor, we were talking about this earlier. I know in scouting, you guys that have played a ton of ball, especially in the Big Ten, 49 starts for Oluwatimi. It just makes the evaluation so much easier, man.
So much easier. And it depends on the program you go to, too. A lot of times you see these guys from some bigger time SEC schools. I won't point any individual ones out. They have a lot of tread worn off the tires. I have been in Ann Arbor with the strength coach they have out there. His focus on keeping guys' hips and knees and ankles, keeping those guys all running like a well-oiled machine is such a big, high focus for him. And he's got to be one of the best strength coaches in all of college football.
This dude can anchor all day long.
All day long. And the thing that's crazy is when you're reading about him, people are saying late day 2, early day 3 pick. He won the Outland Trophy. He's the first Outland Trophy winner in Michigan history.
I think it's part of that is just because, we have a pretty good interior group. We've got 4 or 5, I think, plug-and-play guys as centers this year. So just the sheer numbers of them, when you look historically, only a handful usually get drafted. So I think that's what's pushing some of these guys down a little bit.
So let me get a little inside ball from you real quick.
Yep.
This guy was announced as the best interior offensive lineman in college football.
Yeah.
And now we get to the combine, and there's such a good interior line class. Shouldn't he be at the top of that class? From a scouting standpoint, how does that change?
Because you're talking about an award that's voted on by writers versus the athletic evaluation by personnel
don't
guys.
Bash the media, Daniel.
No, I'm just saying that's what awards are.
Jared Patterson.
If that were the case, the Hall of Fame would have every Heisman Trophy winner.
Tell you what.
Notre Dame's Jared Patterson.
I like the way you answered that question.
By bashing the media?
Well, not by bashing. The
media doesn't know. The scouts know. The media doesn't know. That's basically what his message was.
No, I'm just saying there's a difference between awards. I mean, we've seen guys that weren't first-team all-conference that are first-round picks and go on to have Hall of Fame type careers. It's a difference between awards and evaluations.
Yeah.
But he's a good player, and we just saw Jarrett Patterson a minute ago. I don't want to miss on a Notre Dame player.
Careful, because they're very sensitive.
2-time captain there.
Just don't talk about our meals or anything else while there's a Notre Dame person on.
Was beat up a little bit this year, so I think you got to go back to see his best tape. And also had to play some guard this year. He's a center, so that's where he's going to play.
He's a good kid too, Jared Patterson. Nick Saldivari of Old Dominion right there. Good. Okay. John Michael Schmitz is coming up right now.
I'm a fan. Hey, by the way, interior guys that are wrestlers, sign me up.
Really?
All day long.
You're all about that?
All day long. His measurements and everything actually is Creed Humphrey 2.0. They have the exact same frame. Both of them are big-time high school wrestlers. Interior offensive linemen, there's a balance that those wrestlers have. There's a toughness that they have as well.
Understanding the body.
Yes.
Understanding fluid movements, where to anchor, where to put your hands and feet, and knowing where the center of gravity is.
John Michael Schmitz of Minnesota. Let him go. 185 split.
He had a really good Senior Bowl. He's going to want better times than that. Look how thick his lower body is.
That's got guard written all over it.
Yeah, he's inside.
Oh, Creed Humphrey's inside too.
Look at how much quicker Creed Humphrey was, though. That's going to be the differentiator between those two guys getting out in space. But John Michael Schmitz, you're not getting through him. He can really slide his feet, plays with good balance. Go ahead, Taylor.
One thing about John Michael Schmidt, too, is if he's playing center, they had him holding the ball there in that little graphic. If he is playing center, he is the one snapping the ball. There is a little bit of difference when you're justifying the snap count, and you can get out instead of that set hut. You can get on this.
I want to ask you about this because I heard about this the other day, that there's actually, some colleges are doing this with the center having the snap count. Have you heard about this?
Only on... No, like
so in other words,
the
center is giving the cadence.
Yeah.
For the quarterback.
You know what? I've never heard that before, but I do think that might be a fantastic idea.
It's innovative.
Everybody else is just watching the ball.
Number 7 on Mike Mayock's board.
You just Mayocked me.
I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Yes.
Oh, shoot, Daniel Jeremiah's draft board.
It's all right, Rich.
Mike, I'm sure Mike
Skoronski.
Even the greats.
Wow, I just did that. Even the greats.
Rich Eisen's alma mater, Northwestern, studied journalism in 1994 at Northwestern.
Look at you knowing my Wikipedia.
Now, buddy, I can read a little bit. I don't know if you've heard me read ads on the show, but I can read a little bit.
We're told that you have to go back on the field.
Oh, do I really?
Can you stay one anymore?
I'm kind of doing whatever I want.
Sticking around
hey, before we leave, say goodbye
I
to
just
Steve
pulled in
Levy.
Omaha. Let's take a break. I'm not ready to say goodbye.
All right, thank you very much.
I can't quit him.
You're so special to me.
I got Mayock. I'm a City So guy on tape.
Eastern Michigan. A little Washtenaw County, huh?
5 minutes away from the greatest university in the United States.
Yes. Taylor Lewan here, along with Daniel Jeremiah.
Ricky Stromberg is going to be a starting center.
Promise?
Pinky promise right now. I'll hit you right now. Yeah.
Let's go, Titans.
Osiris Torrance, Florida.
He's not going to run a great time, but his game is all about power.
Yeah. Tough to run a great time when your feet are 2 inches above.
Yeah.
But he has great film.
He's a
fantastic.
good player. He's played against some elite players. You see him in the Georgia game.
In the phone booth, no one's missing. No one's winning.
This guy had a great year. Switching from left tackle to right tackle was awesome at the Senior Bowl. Right tackle, plug and play, year 1.
That's such an underrated thing to do that a lot of guys can't, is play multiple positions or flip left to right side.
By the way, would you be interested in playing right tackle?
There is not only would I never play right tackle, if you guys, if anybody here listening paid me to play right tackle, I'm giving up 50 sacks a game. I am so bad in a right-handed stance.
Luke Whippler right there from Ohio State. Oh, pardon me, the Ohio State.
That's tough to hear.
At the run right there.
Did you go to the game? Oh, you can't. I mean, you're always still
I was
playing.
At the game this year. Yeah, I did.
You guys were done?
Yeah, I was.
You were done at that time.
Oh, yeah, I was done at that. I think I played 64 snaps in the season of 2022. But I had a great time in the offseason.
Did you enjoy that one?
Yeah. Oh, man, it was awesome.
Tayshawn Manning.
Was on another broadcast earlier that day.
You did. Didn't you do the simulcast with like Pat for the Fiesta Bowl?
Yeah, that was for the Fiesta Bowl, but for the game.
I was at the game. I missed that, but I heard you guys were great doing that.
Man, it was so much fun. Pat putting us in that position was amazing, dude. He called and
RG3
awesome.
Bolted because he's having a baby?
To have a baby.
What a broadcast.
Allegedly.
Cody Mock.
Just the heartthrob of this combine. Moving well.
Yeah, he's rolling.
There we go.
He's got a little nasty to him as well.
Okay, 181. Look at Cody. Oh, wow. Back in the day. That was then.
Uh-oh.
And this is now. There he is, running his 40.
Like, would that video make its way into the O-line room, you think?
There's no question about it. That's going to make it in the team room the first day he gets to the wherever franchise he is at. That will be there, and that will be a hefty fine. Hopefully he's drafted high.
Jordan McFadden.
Get out. Oh, damn. Can you say damn? I was really hoping. Yeah, well.
Stacy says it's fine.
That's okay. Then I will continue to say that word. I was really hoping to get under that 5.
He's got one, though. You take your best time. 4.99.
Well, it's all unofficial. Now, talk to me about the unofficial official. You guys go and just do frame by frames to see when guys are starting?
So the first time you're getting is a hand time.
Yeah.
And then we end up getting the electric time that comes in.
Because my official time was faster than my hand time.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, that'll come in.
A lot of inside ball here, folks, on NFL Network. I hope you're enjoying this broadcast. It is such a pleasure. It is such a pleasure with these two gentlemen.
Wanye Morris, Oklahoma.
Wanye Morris.
All right, so no right tackle?
No.
What about left tackle? Where are you going to go? You want to play somewhere?
Yeah. I mean, I think everything's up in the air. For me, it's all about getting this knee healthy. It's all about getting the knee healthy because I am. Uh-oh, we pulled a hammy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, hopefully.
Hopefully it's a cramp, but
Yeah, hopefully it's a cramp, but he did seem to pull up.
You never want to see guys.
No. And we've been fortunate through this combine. We've been healthy thus far. Ah, man.
We'll keep you up to speed on him. So what you were saying about your own thing?
Well, for me, it's all about getting my knee healthy. If I can get my knee healthy, and I truly believe I can contribute to a team and help them take whatever next step they need, I will absolutely play football.
Okay.
But it's all about getting the knee healthy. I have a few things that I need.
And then, I got a couple more questions for him.
Okay.
So, there's a lot of Steeler fans that would love for you to go there.
Yeah.
You find would TJ Watt be fine with
well,
you?
I don't know about that.
Are you fine?
I don't know about that.
Has he been on the bus?
He has not.
He will not go on the bus. Will he not go on the bus?
I think TJ shouldn't come on the bus right now because I haven't earned it. I put a video out there. I've apologized. And to be honest with you,
yes,
I can see why I was in the wrong there, huh, boys? I can understand why I was probably in the wrong.
Okay.
Mike Tomlin, though,
yes,
that city, those colors, the song they play, and as they're transitioning into the fourth quarter.
Okay.
Incredible spot.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of Steelers. I'm a big fan of that head coach.
Okay, so then you're going to start a free agency tour? Is that what we're going to do?
No, I don't know. I don't know. But boys, is this really about me?
Yes.
You know? No.
Yeah, no.
We have a break.
Do you not like being in the spotlight?
No, listen. I think I'm a little bit too much of a spotlight guy, to be honest with you.
And what about Compton year 10? What about that?
I think, that'd be one of my stipulations. If I'm going to go somewhere, you got to bring Compton with me. We are a package deal, first of its kind in the NFL. He'll take minimum. He will take minimum. So I will make that argument for him.
How about you?
I will not take minimum.
Okay, very good. All right. Well, thanks for coming on here. I look forward to being on the bus. I want Jack to get a car?
A Chevy Silverado, as long as he posted every single day.
He's been nailing it.
You think so?
I think so. He's even finding photographs I've never heard of or seen.
It's been an honor.
I'll be on the bus before him.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thanks.
Oh,
I will.
My gosh.
Rise and shine with GMFB.
That was fun to watch.
Oh, I love football. Get your morning started with football, friends, and a whole lot of fun. Boom, it clicked.
See you tomorrow, fam.
Good morning football.
You missed while we were gone, and we're going to update you on everything that's going down here at the Combine when we're not on the air. John Ojukwu of Boise State preceded Oluwatimi of Michigan.
Stick with that first time.
Yep.
Good discussion, though, with Taylor about that. I think that's a great question. I think some people wonder about that. How can you win this award? But then what does that have to do? How does that correlate with your draft grade?
Jared Patterson.
2 consistent runs there for Patterson, who they rave about as a leader there at Notre Dame, and his toughness as well.
Nick Saldiveri.
Saldiveri guy, Rich.
Good.
Played tackle, can play, I think, play inside. 318 pounds. Really quick feet.
John Michael Schmitz. His name is my name, too.
Whenever he goes out, the people jump and shout.
5.36.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
It is. Juice Scruggs.
Juice Scruggs, not only one of the best names in the draft, he's a pretty good player.
His full name is Frederick Henry Scruggs. His dad named him Juice as a kid because he wouldn't drink milk. Thus, Juice.
It's an appropriate name.
And here's your guy.
Skoronski again. My comp for him is Elijah Vera Tucker, who you've seen with your Jets play at awesome at guard and then kicked out and played really well at tackle as well.
And how they don't play as well without him now.
No question.
City Sal right now from Eastern Michigan.
He's one of those guys. I was watching him late at night and was sending clips of him to buddies around the league because I was like, man, nobody talks about this guy. This guy's a good player, 323 pounds. He can knock you off the line of scrimmage, was excellent in the Arizona State game. He's running well, man. That's awesome.
Betters his time. Charles?
I love your conversation about the awards and what have you. Tells you how far scouting has come. They used to draft guys off of Street and Smith magazine. If you were first-team All-American, they would take you right away, not knowing where they were. And we know it's a lot more sophisticated now. And DJ, Peter Skoronski, left tackle, similar to Rashawn Slater. I don't think he is Rashawn Slater, but many people also see him inside. How do you project him?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think of the comp game, I like the Vera Tucker comp better, which is I think he is a dominant guard. an all-pro type guard who can play tackle. And I think, and you saw it with Vera Tucker. Vera Tucker's arms are shorter than his. And he kicked out to right tackle last year when they needed him to and played really well. So I think he's somebody that has that versatility to play either way. I think it's what you need on your team. But I think the highest ceiling for him is probably inside at guard. But I would say the majority of teams, sorry, Rich, the majority of teams have him at guard versus Slater. I thought the majority of teams had him at tackle.
Luke Whippler. Ian? Ian, sir?
Rich, of all the lasting storylines from here in Indianapolis at the Scouting Combine, the who is going to trade up to the #1 pick storyline, for me, is the one that has the potential to have the most lasting impact. I would say the interest in Ryan Poles' #1 pick from the Chicago Bears is significant, and the quarterback performances that we saw yesterday really only bolstered that. And, you know, it's obviously we didn't see Bryce Young do a lot. I ran into him at dinner the other day. Rich seemed to be eating a lot, weighed in extremely well, measured about what actually seemed to be eating great. I know Rich got a chance to meet and chat with him as well.
Yes.
Didn't do much this week. Obviously, he's going to throw at his pro day, but certainly everyone knows what kind of player he is. C.J. Stroud with a tremendous throwing day. Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. I mean, there's a lot of interest in some high-profile quarterbacks, more so than we've seen in previous years. So you do have teams scrambling to get up to #1, and I would expect those to really, really heat up over the next couple weeks here. Ryan Poles is going to have options. It seems that I would say more likely than not ends up dealing that #1 pick and has a chance to really set the foundation for the Chicago Bears as they rebuild everything.
That is definitely going to be the story, along with franchise tags and new league year conversations leaving this combine. Joe Thomas giving Paris Johnson Jr. some Hall of Fame advice. And he's working out there on the NFL Plus feed. Taylor Lewan just went back down to the field. That'll be part of the Players Only Combine coverage on NFL Plus. Back with more from Indianapolis on NFL Network in a moment. Back here at the Scouting Combine. It's the wave drill. So everything, if you're just joining us, this is the second group of offensive linemen. Hang in there. And the first group of offensive linemen went through every drill that we're about to see. And then when this is all over, the running backs get out.
And it's a great group of running backs, including one of the premier players in the draft, in Bijan Robinson, who it looks like we're going to see him do everything. So we're going to have a lot of fun with these running backs. But we still have a good group of offensive linemen. In fact, I'm looking through it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these guys in this group I think are top 50 picks. So if you're a team and you need an offensive lineman, this is a group where you can find guys that are ready to come in and play.
Yeah, I mean, who's working out right now that are in that top 50 for you? I've got the list here. You got Skoronski, who's 7. You got Darnell Wright when he's out there, 23. You've got John Michael Schmitz, 31. Osiris Torrance, 32. Joe Tippmann,
who we didn't see.
We did not see him. He's 33. Steve Avila, who we just saw, is 35. Cody Malk, who's out there now, is 37.
And I think that
you got 3 running backs on this list too that we're going to see later today.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun finish up here to the 2023 Scouting Combine. Of this group, though, Rich, I think that's the sweet spot in this draft for interior offensive linemen is going to be, you'll see a couple of them, maybe 1 or 2 late in the first. I think we see a run on those guys early in the second round. Here's Saldiveri. Again, someone that I think some teams will have as a tackle, other teams will have inside as a guard. Come out of Old Dominion, which, Charles, I feel like not only are we represented here with Old Dominion players, we've got a few Old Dominion transfers as well. They're recruiting well. They're identifying talent there.
They certainly are, and position changes. Keon White, Old Dominion tight end, to interior defensive lineman, edge rusher, and has a chance to be a first rounder, obviously.
John Michael Schmitz. I've got to, nice. That's a nice rep. He's a powerful, you can see it just in the way he's built. That's a powerful, powerful guy. I've got to come up with a new term, and maybe social media can help us out with that, CD. But, you know, phone booth quickness, phone booth mauler. I don't think anybody uses a phone booth anymore, so I'm going to need something there to update that term.
Absolutely. Wish we could do something like between the hashes type thing. You know, you got it right there.
Darkness therapy cave.
Some guys who aren't necessarily good at moving in space, they operate as if they're in a darkness retreat. Here's Skoronski. Again, he moves really well. He's got a real strong base. He plays into his legs. Some guys just get up top. They get a little upright. You don't see him really get into their base and in their legs. He's powerful and plays with good bend.
Stacy?
Wanted to give you guys an update on Oklahoma Sooners tackle Wanya Morris, who went down, and we all took pause because he was down for so long while he was running the 40. He told me he lunged, he took a step in his stride, and the right hamstring buckled on him. So he just came out of medical. I just spoke with him. He thinks he'll be able to go on his pro day with OU on March the 30th, but he didn't really know how severe it was. He still had a smile on his face, but just wanted to give you guys an update.
Okay.
Getting to see Tyler Steen for the first time today from Alabama. Had a chance to meet his father, Darius, the other day. Again, it's so cool to be able to be around the families, and really impressive guy. He's a retired Marine, and when you look at Tyler Steen's grandfather, Rodney M. Davis, he was a Vietnam vet who has posthumously received the Medal of Honor for jumping on a grenade to save his compatriots. His dad is very proud of their military service, and obviously very proud of his son as well.
And speaking of transfers, a Vanderbilt transfer who came over and finished at Alabama and was an immediate starter.
Stromberg had a nice rep there. Here's Tippmann.
There he is.
That's not Joe Tippmann.
No, it's O'Cyrus Torrence.
It's O'Cyrus Torrence. That was like, it looked like Joe Tippmann. Here's O'Cyrus Torrence. O'Cyrus Torrence is an interesting one, Charles, because he's got kind of flat feet, which aren't going to benefit you in a 40. But when you're in pass protection, you think about your anchor. He's always in the ground. And that is, when you talk to the guys who trained him there at Exos in Texas, they'll say, you know, power-wise, one of the most powerful, strongest guys they've trained there.
His flat feet didn't seem to be a problem. He was knocking people off the ball.
Yeah, no kidding. Here's Voorhees, really strong interior lineman for the USC Trojans. Played a lot of ball there over the years. Left guard. He'll wrestle you. Plays a little high, but he's really strong with his upper body.
Moving on to another drill shortly.
You don't want to see this.
No, another injury again. This is the second one we've seen out of this position group. We'll take a break and get back to more drills when we can. Well, Andrew Voorhees limped off with some assistance, and we're now back on the drills back here in Indianapolis, and it's time for Mr. Malk to get out there.
Yeah, hopefully Voorhees is going to be okay, and if he's not okay today, he'll be all right for the pro day. Get another crack at it there in Los Angeles as Jordan McFadden gets rolling here from Clemson. Ian, I want to bring in Ian here real quick, guys, as we're doing this drill, because he was just talking about that #1 overall pick, and I was curious, Ian, this timing with this. We've seen these trades with these top picks happen at all different times throughout the spring. Is there any sense of when this could possibly go down if Chicago makes the trade?
Yeah, you know, first of all, it seems to me that talks have been hot enough in over the last, you know, I would say several days and even several weeks where something could happen at some point, theoretically, potentially soon. You know, obviously free agency is coming up. Teams are going to want to know what they have, what they need in free agency. What if there's a player involved? If there's a player involved in this potential trade with the Chicago Bears giving up the #1 overall pick and getting what is probably a boatload of picks, would the team involved like to know that player they have before free agency? I think that would make some sense. Now, we haven't had, you know, the pro days yet. And a lot of times you would like to have the pro days before you come all the way up and trade for a quarterback. But if you're a team convicted enough, you might say, you know what, let's do it earlier rather than later, know exactly what we have going into the new league year, just proceed from there. So to answer your question, I would say there's enough momentum where something could happen fairly soon.
Weren't you, DJ, on the air at Zach Wilson's pro day at BYU when the Niners made the deal with the Dolphins to move all the way up to number 3 overall?
Correct, and I said at the time because I believe that the Trey Lance pro day had been the day before.
Yeah.
And I said immediately, I think this is for Trey Lance, that the Niners are trading up for Trey Lance. And then I got a text message from somebody who's tight with Shanahan and said, I think this might be Mac Jones. It might surprise everybody. Remember, we did that whole thing that whole spring. Who is it? Who is their guy?
Correct.
But yeah, that had to happen right during the pro day.
So that's March.
It's right around.
It's right around. Right.
We're there.
We're there.
So Cyrus Torrence, talked a little bit about earlier. Again, you could see him go up against the best of the best there. He was at Louisiana, transferred to Florida there with his coach. And Charles, with Osiris Torrence, it's just hard to find plays where he's out of position, and it's hard to find plays where he gets beat.
And what does that mean? That means he's going to go high.
Yeah.
Because he went from 2 different leagues. Remember, he dominated the Sun Belt, and of course everybody's going to say, okay, we know you're great there. But he went specifically, as you said, with his coach, but to play in the SEC and leave no doubt, and he did.
I feel like we have an Ohio State center here every other year, by the way. There's Whippler. He'll be a mid-round pick, got a chance to start. Let's take a look here, by the way, at Cody Mauch. We've talked about him already today. We've talked about how funny he is. You look at the lack of teeth. Let's not get it twisted here. This is a great football player who's dominant at his level. When you watch him at North Dakota State, one of the premier programs in the country, you see him not only at the line of scrimmage, get to the second level and finish. Look at how violent he is there. The Senior Bowl let the belly breathe a little bit. And then got after it. Here he is against Keon White, one of the better defensive linemen in this draft class, showing the ability to redirect. He played center as he is here, so you've got somebody that's played tackle and showing you the ability not only to put those interior guard spots, to also slide inside and get you some reps at center. So that is 5 position value. And I know Taylor Lewan was joking about saying, well, hopefully he's great at one of them. You don't want to be good at everything. You want to be great at something. And I think this dude is. I think he can be a great player. Get a chance to see him move around today. Look, there's no pause in any of his movements. Everything is just smooth and fluid all the way through. Stace?
Yeah, DJ, he's been working with the great lineman Joe Staley this in preparation really for this draft, and obviously played quite a bit of tackle at North Dakota State. But we asked him yesterday, what position are you going to play? Because we saw him at the Senior Bowl basically run up and down the line. He told us that he's preparing to play any one of the 5 positions. Really versatile player, and he's willing, and he believes, hey, put me in wherever you need me to go. But just curious where you think he fits, DJ.
I like him as a guard, Stacey. I think that to me is the best spot for him. And I do like the fact I think he can get you out of games playing tackle if you need him to, but I think he's going to be absolutely at his best as a plug-and-play guard. I think of Alex Kappa when he was coming into the league. He just was plug-and-play and has had a nice run. I think he's a similar type player and a little bit better athlete.
There you go. Good. Alex Kappa was Humboldt State, correct, DJ?
That's right.
So we're talking about some type of similar comparison in terms of levels they're coming from and then turning into those types of players. And real quick, coming up is going to be Ricky Stromberg. It's number 44 from Arkansas. That big, tall center, Frank Ragnow, came out of Arkansas and is doing it quite well with the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, it's interesting to see some of the taller centers we've had in the league over the years. I always go back to coming out of Oregon with the New Orleans Saints. Charles, help me out here.
Let's see. Cesar Ruiz came out of Michigan.
This is before that. Now it's gonna drive
us both crazy,
yeah,
isn't it?
I'll get it.
Let me know, because I'm blanking on this one. But Stromberg, you go back to the who votes for awards and all. You're talking about the media voting for so many awards. He won the Jacobs Award in the SEC. Stromberg did as the best blocker. I believe who votes on that are the defensive players in the SEC.
Justine.
Max Unger, by the way, Charles.
But that's a good call right there.
Ready. Get around. That's all right. It's on the quarterback. He got it back there. It's on the quarterback.
This is what happens when I jam 330 new names in my head for a draft, and I can't. I'm lucky I remember my kids' names.
Well, that's why I called you Mike Mayock earlier.
Here we go. Put that left
I don't know where that happened. I got a tough time machine.
I'm not even wearing a pinstripe suit.
I know that. I know it.
Move. Atta, baby.
Dalton Wagner.
Atta, baby. Come on, right.
By the way, with Cody Mauch, if you look at the computer, Rich, as we love to do, and who it spits out just with the testing numbers and the size, the guy we saw in the display video a minute ago, and Joe Tooney, we talked about earlier today.
Good player.
Yeah.
Boy, Big Ten is putting out some centers this year, aren't they?
Oh, no question.
And Ohio State always has a center, don't they?
That's what I'm saying, CD. It's every other year. We get one every other year.
And you go back to Rich, your guy with the Jets, who just went to the
Nick
Hall of
Mangold.
Fame there
Yeah.
for him. Yeah, you know, they started the tradition.
All right, Charles, let's take a look here. Let's run some video of O'Cyrus Torrence. We talked about how he made the move from Louisiana to Florida and was a consistent and a dominant player. You'll see him create a lot of movement here at the point of attack. He does it in just about every game you watch. He can clear people. He clears run lanes. He's going to give running backs all kinds of room. He can climb up to the second level. He takes really good angles. You see him on a lot of these combo blocks. And then they'll leave him alone in pass protection. You don't have to give him any help working against some of the top rushers in college football in that conference in the SEC. Here he is. I believe that might be Jalen Carter right there. Just fine. Just anchored him right down. A really steady, solid player.
On the X, yep. You on the X, down block on the X, yep.
Give you one more comp in terms of the numbers. Again, we're not saying these are apples-to-apples players, but Darnell Wright, tackle from Tennessee, Penei Sewell from Detroit. Their
top 10
measurables are eerily similar.
And Sewell is getting very comfortable at right tackle when many thought that he would stay at left tackle, and Taylor Decker, when he came back from injury, would move back to right tackle, but they left Sewell over there.
Yeah, I think you see Wright plug and play as a right tackle. CD, we've got this the drill we saw a little bit earlier here. You've got two guys participating. You've got that little fold block, and then they want to see you come tight around.
You want space to start, no space as he comes around, correct?
Correct.
A little bit of space so you don't run into each other and jam each other up, but then as tight as possible as he folds around, correct, DJ?
Yeah, and you don't want to stand straight up, so there you go. And then get full speed to that coach. I think we've got a little quicker on the signals here at the second level as the day goes along, by the way.
Pull around, pull around.
That's called understanding. I'm not taking any charges.
On the X, Nick. You got all the X. There you go. There you go.
Asim Richards, by the way, I don't feel like we've said much about him so far. He's a left tackle with good length. He'll quick set guys and has some success there. I thought when you get some space in front of him that he had a little more issue with power when you get a little bit of a runway there. But an intriguing player I thought was in that mid-round range, fourth-round range.
And remember, Michael Carter, Javonte Williams, right? Sam Howell. A lot of those guys didn't get work done without guys. I probably remember Joseph Azudu played a lot for the Giants this year as a rookie, coming out of North Carolina at guard and tackle.
All right, we got Skoronski going right here.
Come on, Peter, get around,
But yeah, he can do that.
You see how easy that was for him? One step, the footwork, perfect, just came right around.
This is my guy here in City South from Eastern Michigan. Charles, have you had a chance to peek at him yet? I'm a fan.
Yeah, I have. And DJ, go back. Who's your guy from Eastern Michigan? There's the pass rush, Ramirez.
Yeah.
You like
I guess I'm an Eastern Michigan guy.
You are
some Eastern Michigan gear.
Rich, be careful. He's spending time close to Ann Arbor, but just outside in Ypsilanti instead of being right there.
Yep.
I tell you, Jose Ramirez, I believe, had the fastest three-cone and the short shuttle of the edge rushers.
Yeah, and Amani Bates transferred back there from Memphis playing hoops. So, I mean, they got it going at Eastern Michigan.
Here we go. That'll be clipped off and posted on their team account here.
Still don't like the concrete colored field, but that's just me.
It is a little different on tape. So Cyrus Torrence. Here's Dalton Wagner. I don't know if we've said enough about him as a right tackle there at Arkansas.
Sam Pittman, the head coach, former offensive line coach at Georgia, developed a lot of that talent. And by the way, he likes him just like Wagner, big.
Yes. One of the things with him I wanted to see, and we'll see it, when you get a chance, especially this pro day hitting bags. I just want to see him keep those feet going. I thought his feet kind of died a little bit on contact at times. There's Darnell Wright, who we were just talking about with Penei Sewell as the body type comparison with all the size and the testing.
Run. Good. Good job, way to work.
Peter Skoronski's father is in this photograph on the right, being held by Vince Lombardi.
How about that? That's a good omen.
You got a baby here, and you got a baby here. That's apparently Peter's grandfather on the left that was there. And we've got more on-field drills going on here in Indianapolis. And pro days, you can watch pro day workouts on NFL Plus. Certainly starting March 22nd when you see the Ohio State's pro day before Alabama's, prior to Will Levis at Kentucky and Anthony Richardson on March 30th.
Gonna have some fun. I'll be all over.
We are. And the new league year, I mean,
he put on a show.
It was a heck of a show, and how terrific has he been on that line since then in Philadelphia?
How about his toughness playing through the injury he played through?
Right, yeah.
Good night.
Surgery. The typewriter legs there that you want to see.
I've got an update, by the way, with the help from folks on social media for some new scouting terms.
All right,
in a minute.
As Lane Johnson's coach is back out there, Jeff Stoutland, with the pass rush drops.
Okay. Go! Now kick! 3 times. 3 times. I did say 3, right? Okay, that was only 1. Go! Kick! Good. Nicely done. Good. We're not in a hurry, man. We're not in a hurry. Everybody in the building wants to see if you can kick. Here we go. Go!
John Ojukwu.
Kick. It's 2.
He wants 3 kicks, everybody.
Only counted 2.
Some people were put on this earth to coach offensive linemen.
He's one of them.
Jeff Stoutland is one of them.
That's 2.
Jordan McFadden of Clemson did, in fact, run a sub-540. He's the only one, 4.99 out of this group. Darnell Wright came close at Tennessee, 5.01. And City Sal of Eastern Michigan, 5.07. Stacy?
Hey, Rich, while these linemen are working out on the field, we've got the running backs testing just behind us. Bijan Robinson, the running back out of Texas, just jumped a 37-inch vertical. He told me before they got started today he was aiming for a 40. That would have been pretty lofty. A 38 would have been okay, so we fist bumped it out. I think he's okay with it. In the 40 today, he's looking for a 4.3, so keep that number in mind.
Okay.
On the field, though, this is where it's going to get exciting. He wants to showcase his elite quickness. You guys know he has it. The transitions, in and out of his transitions, and his sticky hands, catching ability. I talked to him this week. We know how good his contact balance is. He told me that he's got that knee bend. Barry Sanders had that knee bend, he told me. But it's going to be a fun show when he takes the field later on.
Thank you, Stacy.
You remember when McCaffrey was here and they finished up the workout and he stayed and did the wideout drills by himself, and it was better than any of the receivers. Not even close.
Correct. Is that what we're going to see here?
That's what I mean, it's the gold standard, right? So when you have a player you're talking about as one of the 5 best players in a draft at the running back position, and just in the passing game aspect of it, McCaffrey's the gold standard. So we'll see
McCaffrey ran the receiver drills better than the receiver. Every receiver that combine.
Phenomenal.
With all due respect.
Yeah, it was incredible, and it was just him out there.
How great of a fit was he in San Francisco, as expected? As expected. Osiris Torrance.
Talk about things coming full circle, too, with those connections going all the way back to Denver with Ed McCaffrey and Mike Shanahan.
And, guys, I can safely assure you that the report about Kyle Shanahan actually babysitting for him, not true.
Really?
Kyle said that, that was kind of he said it was kind of the plan. But after about 15 minutes, he said, I turned over to my sister. I was out.
Yeah. That's hilarious. All right, we just saw Osiris Torrance, who we've talked about on this drill. The numbers for him, CD, this is going to take you in the Wayback Machine. I remember going into school and scouting this guy. It was Mike Ayupati coming out of Idaho.
And you remember when he came out, once again, the idea was this big guy playing up in, what was it, Big Sky Conference. Is that going to translate? Translate quite well for him in his pro career.
Now we're on the left side, okay? Cody.
All right, let's take a look at a guy we've talked a little bit about, Tyler Smith. Last year, coming out of Tulsa, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. And you see this exact same drill again. The ability to slide, redirect, move your feet, stay low, stay balanced. We saw it on the field here in Indianapolis, and if you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, you saw it at a very high level as a rookie with a star on his helmet. Going to man that left tackle position for a long time, taking over for Tyron Smith there, and he's going to be another decade plus of elite tackle play for the Cowboys, Rich.
Well, I mean, when he went down, when Tyron Smith went down, everyone's like, oh, that's a wrap. Certainly when Dak then broke his thumb in the opener. And then Tyler Smith came in. Cooper Rush kept everything afloat. Dak came back, and I know the Cowboys season did not finish the way that they wanted, but the offense was
up there in everything.
It was in points per game up, which is why a lot of folks are wondering what the offense is going to look like with Mike McCarthy calling the plays again. Just to bring it all together from offensive line to running backs. And
no doubt.
Who's going to take Bijan Robinson?
I'm curious. I keep making the case, and they'll never do it with the Philadelphia Eagles picking 10, because you had a team in San Francisco we just talked about go get McCaffrey, right, with a team that's ready to win right now, and you're going to use all these carries, and they're going to be valuable carries. I think the Eagles obviously are right there on the cusp of winning a championship, and every time Bijan Robinson touches the ball would matter.
All right, that's good, guys. We're on a roll right
DJ,
now.
Dallas took Ezekiel Elliott at 4 to fit what they were doing. You remember, I thought that might not happen, probably would not happen, and it fit them perfectly. And as you said, if you're right on the cusp, and I know the case is there for the offensive lineman, defensive lineman, but boy, I don't know if I would be able to turn him down as that big piece for what they need.
Charles, I'm looking at a team, and I would say picking 14, Bill Belichick. Sometimes with Bill Belichick, the mastery of him is when everybody's zigging, he zags. And if they want to let one of the elite players in the draft get to them, and you plug him in with Mac Jones, you talk about a nice present for Bill O'Brien as he comes back into the building.
And Ramondre Stevenson is a business decision every snap.
And he is a really good player. Bijan Robinson is on another level with what he can do. But you would have an impressive 1-2 punch there. But Bijan Robinson, with what he can do in the passing game as well as what he does as a runner, I don't know. Somebody's going to say this is enough. He's been punished enough for being a running back. He's not. There's some talk about him not going in the first round because of the position he plays. Charles, we've seen that picture of the baby eating the paper. I'll do the same thing if he gets out of the first round.
Tyler Steen needs to start again, I guess.
Steen, again, we get to see this drill from both sides. We were up here with Taylor Lewan just a minute ago, Rich, talking about how he's not playing right tackle. He'd give up 50 sacks if he played right tackle because it's such different footwork. You can see the guys who are natural left side guys versus right side guys in this drill.
And what I keep hearing from Coach Stoutland, where your eyes, see what you're hitting, and get those 3 steps on the kick. But what he's saying is it doesn't have to be fast. I want to see it smooth. Smooth will make it fast if you do it the right way.
And that first kick, he wants to really see him cover some ground. So once they get that second movement and get out, go.
There we go.
Golly, you could hear the bag there too.
That looks smooth.
And remember, Wright has played both left and right tackle. He settled in well at right tackle this year, but you saw him very comfortable on that side as well.
You know, if he gets drafted by the Broncos, Orange Whippler.
Nice.
Just need 2 more of them, and so here's
Cody
on the
Mauch.
last drill.
Yeah, he's comfortable. He's a left tackle in college, so that's very easy for him. Here's Schmitz, who's going to be playing inside in one of those interior spots, likely the center. Here's Skoronski. He can do anything you want to do.
The players are on the field, so NFL Plus Players Only Combine presented by Noble. Go to NFL.com/plus/combine for that.
Truly is more refreshing than ever. Our best take.
Man can get. Or have multiple endocarditis, gallbladder problems, man.
We're reinventing bowl, and you can wait.
What is that?
Looking for the best. You want something new.
Oh god, this thing creeps me out. Does it creep you out?
Waiting for it to really pop, like all the way up.
Little hopping helmets.
Yeah.
Actually, I do feel frenetic just looking at this.
It's very frenzied.
Yes. It's March 12th on NFL Network. That's when the negotiation window is what it's called, right?
Nice.
What do you think about Jake Grossman's suggestion? Instead of a phone booth, you talk about an elevator.
I like that. I think Jake's helping the cause there. I think I might incorporate that into some scouting reports.
And like those helmets, that's got legs.
You sure? Nice.
And that's gonna last a while. I mean, there's always going to be elevators.
Not tired, are you? Hey,
Ian Rappaport, as we're watching Darnell Wright go through this mirror drill, what do you got?
Put your foot in that ground, get back here. Go back there, big chest.
Maybe he's in an elevator.
Maybe so. You there, Ian? All righty then. There's Darnell Wright.
Hey, Rich, you guys got me?
There he is.
All right, good. So listen, I think you guys are talking about elevators. I think I lead the world in awkward elevator encounters here in Indianapolis. It's kind of like elevator roulette. Open the door. You literally have no idea which agent, which team, which general manager is going to get in. Is this someone you're cool with? You got a little beef?
Oh.
Can you settle your issues by the time you get to from 1 to 10? A lot going on here in Indy. Anyway, let's talk about, you guys mentioned free agency frenzy, obviously coming up in a couple weeks. One thing we do not know is what is the status of Aaron Rodgers? Now, he has said that he expects to come to a decision fairly soon. We have not yet heard word on that decision, and really so much of it lies in simply what does he want to do? Does he want to take his $60 million that he's going to make this year and say, I'm good, I'll go retire? And, you know, usually you'd say that's crazy, but of all the quarterbacks who could potentially leave $60 million on the table and walk away, Rodgers is certainly one of them. That is an option. Returning to Green Bay, also obviously an option. And if Rodgers told the Packers, I want to be back, even if they maybe didn't bring back all of his friends like Randall Cobb and Mercedes Lewis and all those guys, like that would be something for sure they would be interested in. Or he would simply say, I want to go to this team, maybe a team like the Jets, Raiders, possibly. You know, obviously this is something we are monitoring and keeping our eye on. Another one is Lamar Jackson. The franchise tag deadline is Tuesday. We have not yet heard Lamar being engaged with the Baltimore Ravens and a potential long-term contract extension. If not, they're going to tag him. It's just a matter of which tag does he get. And then, of course, here in Indy, if you're riding an elevator or we're hanging out in the Airbnb, you might have run into Derek Carr. He was here meeting with teams. Now, with 3 teams, the Saints, the Panthers, and the Jets should come to a decision at some point this week prior to free agency, really the biggest quarterback domino still to fall.
Ian, I want to ask you a follow-up on that. Is that, in terms of the timing, is it possible that Carr gets done before Rodgers announces his decision?
DJ, it's possible, but the sort of, and like let's say it's the Saints. Okay, well, there's nothing standing in the way there, assuming they get to the money. He can just sign and that's it. The Jets have been pretty clear, and obviously with either Saints, Jets, or Panthers, Jets have been pretty clear. Rodgers is their number one. I do wonder if the Jets really make a hard play for Carr, knowing that if they do so, they'd be closing the door on a potential Rodgers deal. So the timing actually matters, and if it's sooner rather than later, then it probably bodes better for the Saints than maybe for the Jets.
How about that?
Interesting.
Well, one would think Rodgers' decision and his future get more light on that in this town, because it's where McAfee does his show every Tuesday, or every day.
Yeah.
And maybe he makes an appearance Tuesday and starts talking about it. I mean, this rubber's meeting the road. I mean, the new league year negotiation window is a week from tomorrow.
So I'm gonna get Ian one more here before you run, Ian. So if say the Jets did Carr,
right,
and then are the Raiders? Is that? I mean, it seemed like everything kind of cooled with the Raiders and Rodgers. So then is it basically retirement or Packers? Is that if that's what happens if somehow Carr and the Jets got done?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I haven't had anyone rule out Rodgers and the Raiders. Just judging the words of Josh McDaniels talking about a long-term solution, it feels like that seems to be their focus now. So, yeah, I mean, if the Jets have Carr and if the Raiders are not interested, maybe there's another team. I just don't have it yet. Right? So then if you're Rodgers, you say, do you want to return to the only organization you've ever played for and try to win a Super Bowl with what is a really, really good group, or do you want to leave $60 million on the table and walk away in retirement? You know, he's obviously awesome, but the market is tough. Packers are going to want a lot. It's $60 million in 1 year, cash. It's not impossible, but it's a tough deal to do.
What about the Titans?
To me, Rich, it seems like the Titans are rolling with Ryan Tannehill. I have not heard that's changed. That seems to be the way it's going to go.
This is going to be a roller coaster coming up here.
Thank you, Ian, sir.
Thanks, guys. Buckle up.
Great combine by Ian Rappaport heading to the airport. So we got the rest of these drills for offensive linemen and then the running backs.
I think this is it, right? This is the last drill.
So. This will be the last drill for the offensive linemen. Yes, sir.
I want to give Steen some love here real quick from Alabama. I think he's had a pretty good workout. We just saw him a minute ago. So Cyrus Torrence.
You got two. Here you go. Okay. Flatten him out. Flatten him out. Go!
Wagner.
I mean, that would be wild if Rodgers goes to the team that Favre left the Packers for, too. I mean, just the symmetry on everything where you know, Rodgers is now the Favre figure and he used to be the Love figure, you know, and
well, let me give you
then to part ways after, you know, 15-plus Hall of Fame years with the Packers to go to the Jets. Does that mean you'll wind up a Viking in a couple years?
Can I give you a quick tease that we can talk about later on today? What's the scenario if Carr signs with the Saints and Rodgers wants to go back to the Packers or retire? What do the Jets do?
Good question. There's Jimmy G sitting out there. There's some other choices. Or they just roll back with Zach and just get another veteran.
No way. There's no way. They've committed to bringing a veteran. I just don't know who that guy would be if those aren't the two.
So the offensive linemen have finished for the day. We will be back, and when we come back, we turn to the backs, running backs, to wrap up our Combine Sunday and for 2023. Another highly talented group of future NFL draftees here in Indianapolis.
I've never fit the criteria. See 1% better today.
Sunday, free agency frenzy begins.
Wow, what a touchdown that is.
And NFL Network has you covered.
There's been all kinds of movement, and there is still business to be done.
With live breaking news.
This deal is going to go through.
League-wide rumors.
Scouts and coaches around the league like his toughness.
And every blockbuster deal.
That's a terrific teammate. That's someone who has earned himself a raise.
Free agency frenzy starts next Sunday at 1 on NFL Network.
Stacey Dale's back with you guys at the NFL Combine presented by Noble. And I had to pull, I can't lie, I had to pull my favorite offensive lineman of this draft, Cody Mauch out of North Dakota State. How'd you do, man?
It was good. It was good to get out here, run a little bit, do some movement stuff, run the 40. It was good. It was a good day. I think the movement stuff may be a little bit more applicable for football, so the stuff where you can get out and move a little bit, probably like that a little bit more.
Yeah, sorry, I for some reason hit my talk back, but my bad. Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from your day, if we could. If you jump in here and you want to analyze, break down what you did.
Yeah, decent get up here. Hair's flopping around pretty good there. Need to get a tighter ponytail, but I thought it was a good rep.
Tighter ponytail. I mean, you had the locks flowing, man.
They were all over the place. Yeah. I slipped a little bit there, but pretty good change of direction, I thought.
Excellent change of direction. How is Coach Stout working with him?
Oh, he's the best. He's great. You can see him here. He's so into it. In the interviews, he just gets so into it. You can just tell his passion for the game.
Mm-hmm. So we're watching you on the field, but when you were younger, you had quite a journey, right? So I couldn't believe it when I found out you did talent competitions and did you see?
No, I said, oh, geez.
Napoleon Dynamite, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, take a look at the monitor really quick.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Some idiot 6th grader, it looks like.
How tall are you right there?
I might be all of 5'3" right there.
Are NFL scouts and GMs wanting to see this footage?
Pretty quick feet, it looks like to me. I don't know. Maybe they do want to see that.
Look at that move, dude. Look at the hip action.
Yeah, that's about 3 months of watching Napoleon Dynamite every night just to get this down.
Yeah. Okay, so that was in the 6th grade, you said. Yeah. So then in the 7th grade, I can't not have you talk about the grill because it's like my favorite. It's the best smile in the entire draft class. Tell folks how this happened.
Yeah, it was just a little basketball game in 7th grade. I dove for a loose ball, ran into someone, and my teeth were all kind of jacked up. Had to go get them pulled out. Yeah, they're all loose in there. So had to go get them pulled out. And I never really got them fixed. And we'll see how the process goes if I ever end up getting them fixed or not.
Well, the thing is you're going to get drafted to the National Football League, and you're going to then therefore make some money. So you'll be able to afford some teeth. But I think it sounds like you want to keep this look.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of part. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. My mom probably wants me to get my teeth put in, but I'll have a good talk with her when I'm done.
Hey, you were a big hooper too. Like, I don't think you just talked about how you lost your front teeth. Why did you, what was the decision to go to football over basketball? Because you could really ball.
Well, I thought I probably had a better chance at football. It was maybe like football a little bit more too, and I was able to play at NDSU, which was kind of my dream, so couldn't pass that up.
The thing that's so cool, Cody, about you is you told me this week you're preparing for all 5 positions on the offensive line. We know you played tackle at North Dakota State, but where do you feel most comfortable, and how do you prepare for 5 different spots?
Yeah, I guess I feel really good wherever I line up, honestly. I just kind of have the mentality before every snap that I'm going to go in there in whatever spot it is, center, guard, tackle, I'm going to go and get the job done. So it's just kind of in my own head before every snap, just kind of telling myself what I need to do to get it done.
Well, you had a heck of a day, and we're so grateful you stopped by to share your stories. You're going to be an asset wherever you go. Thank you so much. Yeah. This is Cody Mauch, and we are at the NFL Combine presented by Noble, and we will be right back, folks, because the running backs are coming up, and, well, there's some young onlookers.
I'm sure you would. That Coons put it up. Yeah. 23 times. He had a good combine.
Old Dominion is playing. Remember Taylor Heineke is from there. It's no longer Nancy Lieberman, Inge Nissen, and that crew.
We know the kids from Ole Miss, wide receivers like Jonathan Mingo, DK Metcalf, A.J. Brown, they can all put it up. And Michael Wilson out of Stanford at 23.
Hey, trying to show people he's going to be durable and healthy, which has been an issue for him throughout his career. Let me tell you something. You get Michael Wilson on the field healthy, he can play.
You heard his voice earlier. Now you see him in the flesh. Jamal Williams, most recently of the Detroit Lions. I say most recently because in a little bit more than a week, you're going to be officially a free agent at the League New Year.
Back on the back on the grind.
So the courting begins, as they like to say, right? Yeah. I'm sure, there's been some messages along the way.
Well, in the meantime, he's gainfully employed by NFL Plus. You'll be down on the field with your old buddy Aaron Jones and Maurice Jones-Drew evaluating the running backs for us out there, right? Mm-hmm. You excited for that? You and Jonesy?
I get to see my boy AJ, and then I get to see people I've played or watched play, Mike Robb and Maurice Jones-Drew. So my mom went to UCLA, so I've been watching Maurice Jones-Drew in college for a while.
Yeah.
You saw him when he was Maurice Jones and then became Jones-Drew.
Yeah, but I was already calling that. No.
All right, so first of all, I love the lid. I love the specs. How do you decide how to dress every day? Because I imagine for you, it's how you're feeling, right?
It's not that hard, honestly.
It is for me.
Because I only have a small amount of options for glasses. I only got like 2 pair. And for my necklaces, they were free. I got them from my Uncle Bo. So I got 2 of them. This one and then my Kazakage one, and that's it.
So who was real quick? Who was the guy that he had that Sauce had? His guy in New Jersey.
Oh, Al the Jeweler.
Al the Jeweler, and who's your guy? Your Uncle Bo.
Yeah.
With the jeweler. So these are the places that you want to go. But Jamal, these running backs going to go. I know that you're getting ready to watch them, getting ready to take them in. But your style of running. You know who I thought of watching this year?
What?
Isaiah Pacheco.
Ooh.
Because of the style, how they attack the line of scrimmage, enthusiasm you play with, and how difficult it is to get you guys on the ground.
I appreciate you calling me a little nimble.
Nimble. But both of you pack that punch, too.
Yeah,
and I do know that inside the 5-yard line, everybody knows you're getting it, but you're getting to the goal line. What is it about you that gets you over the goal line?
I think it's just the mentality of just not letting people stop you, you know, and understanding, like, it's the goal line, you know? Like, you're going to need those type of situations of somebody you trust and know that's going to get in there. He's not going to cower down and worry about more of the hit than about scoring. You know what I mean? So yes. I know once we in 5 yards in, oh, that's all me. Please, just stay on your boy for just a little bit.
Better not be another play call, right?
Yeah, and give me the free runner. Please give me the free runner, and then let's call it a day.
All right, so you and Aaron Jones were actually part of the same draft class in 2017. It was you. McCaffrey was here as well, right? So did you guys kind of bond during this experience? What's going to happen down there on the field with all these guys that are in the same position group?
Honestly, it depends on the type of person you are, really. Like, it's going to be so many type of personalities out there, but I feel like it's more of a positive competitor type thing happening. Like, for me, I was real quiet, and I was really just focused on what I need to do. Saying hey to the people you need to say hey to, but at the same time, just understand why you're here for. And then once y'all, you know, after this is done and everybody's on the team, then you can be like, oh, we was in the draft, the combine together. Hey, how you doing? Great to see you again. Like, that's the time to do it. But right now is the time to just stay focused and get that business done. Get your money.
You ready to spin up the Wayback Machine to 2017? Let's see what you remember of the combine.
I was bald.
Okay.
Hey, oh, man.
Look at that, taking that pitch and getting to the corner.
Hey, I'll do way better now. Don't look at
it. What's this you said about, you know, Pacheco and the shifting? It looks like you got it, too.
Hey, don't be complimenting me like that. Hey, this 40? Oh, yeah. I was trying to get relaxed. Your boy was too.
Do you remember what you ran in the 40?
No, I really don't.
Would you like to know?
Go ahead, tell me.
4.59. Yeah, 30-inch vert.
Yeah, I could have did better on that one.
10.3 broad.
Nah, but can I tell you about the
Please do.
Part? You know when they check your arm, right? A lot of people be cheating on that thing.
You mean the arm doesn't come all the way up for everyone?
No, I did it. They was stretching a mess out of my arm, but there was some people, they was like, eh. You know what I mean?
You know those same people, but their arms like that when the check comes.
Alligator arms. Alligator arms.
Alligator arms. That is so funny. No,
it was real quick. Your experience at the combine. What was it like overall for you, and carrying it forward for you in your pro career?
It was grateful. It was a humbling experience. It's a one-of-a-kind experience, really, and it's nothing like the video game when they used to have it on there, because you just tired. You know, there's a lot happening. They putting pressure on you for a reason to see how you handle it.
See you hold up.
So, yeah. And so it's just depending if you break or not. But for me, you know, I don't break. I'm here for a reason. But it was a great experience waking up, being here with the dudes, going out to like getting checked, walking around like it was a little bit intimidating, you know, when you have to walk and the coaches are all around and the people are, you know, evaluating you. Before you go on, you got to get a little pumpy. Make everything look good.
Make sure it looks right before you go over.
Like this is what first round look like.
See, that was flexing before we called it flexing.
And then eventually you get drafted by the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, grateful for that.
What did you know about Green Bay the day you got drafted?
Honestly, I didn't know nothing except it's cold, Aaron Rodgers, and
it was cold.
Yeah,
that was about it.
Yeah, and it's cold basically. But when I got out there though, it was a little bit of a shocker, just because of how like it's a very small town. Everybody only want to talk about football. That's it. I have no problem with that either. But I just love like the fans, everybody just so supportive of the Packers and like coming to support no matter if they was losing, winning, they was going to be there. So I just love Green Bay.
But what was it like to come back this year, the last game of the season? You knew in warm-ups you couldn't go to the playoffs, but you could knock Green Bay out.
See, the thing about that was, like, during warm-ups, I didn't even know we got kicked out.
You didn't know?
I was like, I know there's an option of us getting kicked out, but I'm like, don't tell me. Like, don't mess up. Don't even try to mess up my mentality for the game. But I give credit to my teammates who knew and still came out and balled like we was still going to the playoffs. So, but for me, I'm a real simple person. Don't tell me nothing. Just let me ball. You know what I mean? Ball and then, hey, so did we make it? No. Oh, okay.
But you beat Green Bay and they didn't go either.
But yeah, and that's the thing about it. I just love like that opportunity, that moment, that game everything about that game just felt special to me at the time. And I just thank God for giving me the blessings and the opportunity, you know what I mean, to just go out there, have fun, get play at a game Sunday night. Sunday night game.
Yeah.
Get 2 footballs, and then just be able to represent my great-grandfather and my great-grandmother too, and my dad and Aaron's dad, and just everybody who passed away that important to us. So I just try to just keep it, you know what I mean? I just try to enjoy that moment.
Well, that was a great interview you gave with our Melissa Stark that night on NBC. That was something to remember from the 2022 season. We wish you the best of luck as you hit free agency. I was tearing up.
Okay, don't cry on me though.
Why?
Did you cry?
Nah, he
you want to be authentic about it. It hit.
Oh,
it hit.
Hey, we'll see you on NFL Plus down there on the field.
Go see if we can find the next Jamal Williams down there.
Hey, keep your eye on this kid, Bijan Robinson, out of Texas. Yeah. He's going to go early in that round 1. We'll see him in a bit.
It is time for these gentlemen to become National Football League players.
We have no idea how this is all going to unfold.
Time to get this show started, Kansas City.
I think he'll be the first off the board.
He's an outstanding prospect.
Tackle-breaking machine.
Sometimes bigger is better. It gives your team some juice.
And there is the reaction. What a dream.
With the first pick in the NFL draft.
Closing in on the running backs, hitting the turf. But first, Bijan Robinson, the #1 running back on DJ's board. He's got some athleticism.
Absolutely. He came to work, didn't he? 10-4, 37-inch vertical. He told our Stacey Dales he wanted to get 40. That would have been optimistic, but 37, no one's going to have a problem with that.
USC fans turn away for this guy. I think he just scored another touchdown against them.
Look at the broad, 10-5, and boy, did he have a big Reese's Senior Bowl week. Really showed a lot to his game in terms of versatility, athleticism, and we're seeing it here on display now.
Yeah, Tajay Spears is going to be one to watch. Chase Brown, we saw his twin on Friday light up in the secondary workout.
And he had numbers to chase, right? Because he's, no pun intended.
I see you working.
But the brother put up numbers. Here comes brother. Okay, I saw what you did. 40 inches right there.
So we'll see the running backs down on the field momentarily. But in the meantime, the big boys, they just wrapped up. Paris Johnson Jr. of The Ohio State University, before he got out of here, hanging out with our Kimmy Checks.
What's up? I got Paris Johnson Jr. in the house.
Hey,
how are you? Welcome in.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. How do you feel?
Good. I feel great. It was fun to be out there and compete with everybody.
Let's take a look back at your day. This was just moments ago. Has it soaked in yet, or are you still like, oh my goodness?
I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy to be like, I've been watching the YouTube videos for years, and even though I was in high school trying to see what everybody was doing, it's crazy that, part of the next group to come in here and compete,
There's some little boy out there watching you right now saying, hey, I want to be him when I grow up.
It's crazy. It goes full circle. Everything goes full circle,
Let's talk about full circle. Let's also bring in your mom, because she's here. Your mom, Monica. Come on in, Mom. You have been very vocal that this is your dream to play in the NFL, but you've also been very vocal about who inspires you and supports you the most, and that's your mom right here. Mom, seeing him in this moment, cheering for him in the crowd, how special is it?
It's unreal. It's truly a surreal moment, and I'm just blessed to be here, and for Paris to receive this invite is amazing because it doesn't happen very often, so this is a blessing.
Paris,
Yes.
What would you like to say to your mom in this moment?
I mean, I would just say, like, if it wasn't for you and all the sacrifice that you gave up, kind of like some blind faith to believe that I will continue to work this hard and go this far, and that, other schools like Ohio State would take a chance on me and I would compete to be here. I just want to thank you, because you worked without seeing the result. So, but it's all starting to show, so I appreciate that.
Always, I love you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Now, you also wrote something I want you guys to say right here. It's really cute. You said, my mom took me to the ESPN Wide World of Sports camp when I was 8 or 9, and I thought I was literally at the youth NFL Combine.
Yeah.
That was the very first time I'd ever seen cucumber water, and I was telling my mom for months after, listen, I can't be drinking normal water anymore. I need a little cucumber, so we got you a cucumber water to celebrate.
I feel just like when I was there, I feel like a professional. I feel like a professional, so I mean, I guess it's only right, you know?
Mom, do you remember this moment where he's like, I can't have normal water.
Yes,
Okay, I got to be elite.
That's right. That's right. He wanted to be with the best.
Well, congratulations on everything. Next up is the NFL draft. I know it's a dream that you've had. Mom, congratulations for having and raising such an incredible young man, both on and off the football field. I hope you guys continue to soak in this moment. We'll see you in April.
Appreciate it. See you in
Eric
April.
Johnson Jr., everybody.
Somebody's winning Son of the Year already, right? Holy smokes.
But it's nice. It's nice that he told her. You know, that's the thing that you learn as you get older, and he's doing it as a youngster. As you get older, tell the people how you feel about him. You never know. And he's already told his mother. I love that.
That was sensational. It has been a wonderful 4 days here in Indianapolis, watching all these great kids that are about to make that move and realize those dreams. Got started on Thursday with the edge rushers. Nolan Smith of Georgia, boy, did he put on a show.
Absolutely. And remember, he missed the last 7 games of his season with a torn pec, comes back with a 10-7, 41.5 vertical, and then was upset with this time. It ended up being an official 4.39, 4.44 unofficial, and felt like he could have run faster.
On Saturday, we saw the quarterbacks, and a lot of us got our first glimpse in person of Anthony Richardson.
And just think if he'd run straight down the line. Yeah. He ended up running 4.43 officially, and look how easily the ball comes off of his hand, and look how it arrives. Easy whip, boom, right into the hands of the receiver.
And he's 244 pounds.
Yeah, wait till he takes off and runs with the football. When you watch him on tape, you guys talk about business decisions for people downfield. Yeah. You're going to make one with a quarterback. That's not something you normally have to do. Nice, easy drop, plant in the back foot, bounce, let it go.
Daniel Jeremiah says there could be 4 quarterbacks taken in maybe the top 7 of the draft this year. Here's one of them, C.J. Stroud. Charles, when you watch him throw the ball, everything is quiet.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, when Andrew Luck came out of school, he had a real violent get away from the line of scrimmage. But when he got to the top of his drop, everything got real quiet. With C.J. Stroud, it's quiet right from the beginning, but the results are still pretty darn good, aren't they? His footwork, I think, is impeccable in the pocket, which I think only aids his arm and obviously his accuracy.
Gosh, he was fun to watch. Those quarterbacks were great. Wide receiver class, not as deep maybe as recent years, but Stroud's college teammate, Jackson Smith-Njigba, we barely saw him on the field because of a hammy injury. How do you think he did on Saturday?
I think he did very, very well. And by the way, this is the time that he really excels. Don't worry about the 40 time. It's going to be fine, but he's not going to blaze it. But everything else you're asking out of receiver, look at the footwork. Look at the get away from the line of scrimmage. Look at the understanding where he is on the field, going up and getting the ball. Look at him turn people right there. If someone was out there, they would have done the full pirouette. And he goes up and gets the football. Short area quickness and movement. Maybe the best receiver in the draft with that.
All right, so the running backs getting ready to wrap it up here at the 4-day combine. But before we see them participate, a guy who knows a little bit about participating in the scouting combine is standing by with our Stacey Dales.
Yeah, Rosa, that would be Jonesy, Aaron Jones, running back for the Green Bay Packers. We're watching these on the monitor, and you're like, Anthony Richardson just balled out.
Balled out. He came out here, put on a show. It's like a defensive end, the size of a defensive end, playing quarterback, running like a receiver or DB.
Did you want to come up here and talk quarterbacks with me? Because it ain't nothing happening in Green Bay.
I'll talk about anything. It doesn't matter to me.
You haven't heard from 12, have you?
No, I have not. I haven't.
Okay, we'll stay away from that. Who are you looking out here for today? Because you actually in 2017 had a pretty good combine. Give us a little preview of what you're looking for.
Just looking at these guys, not so much the 40, but when they get to some of the on the field stuff, seeing how they cut, change direction, but. Like guys like Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan, Roschon Johnson, Tajay Spears. Some of these.
Is that your dark horse?
That's my dark horse. Yes. I feel like we're similar in size. And some coming from a small school, you got to give those guys some love, and all they need is an opportunity.
All they need is an opportunity. We took ours with you. Thank you. NFL Plus, we'll check you out on that. We know you're basically dealing on NFL Plus. Thanks for stopping by, Aaron. We're going to go back up to the set, though. We will be right back, actually, instead, to the NFL Combine presented by Noble, and it's the running backs on display. Bijan Robinson, and company are taking over the show here in Indy. Right back with you.
Running it here, but I'm running it at the Rose Bowl in April, and we're airing it at the end of the NFL draft in day 3. We're just trying to extend the Run Rich Run season to raise as much money for St. Jude as we possibly can. Scan the QR code on your screen, please, and donate. Give whatever you can. runrichrun.pledgeit.org, because all the proceeds go to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, so nobody sees a bill for their health care, for their travel, for anything, their lodging, food, all of it. Run Rich Run. Please check that out right now. Give what you can, and then check it out when we show you what we do at the Rose Bowl. Rich Eisen along with Daniel Jeremiah back here in our booth, waiting for the final 40s of the Combine, the final group of the Combine. It's the running back position, and we can't stress it enough. A team drafted a running back in the 7th round last year. His name is Isaiah Pacheco. He wound up leading the Kansas City Chiefs in rushing and scored in a touchdown in the Super Bowl. So what more can you say other than the fact that anybody that we see here could be this year's Isaiah Pacheco? Then at the top, you've got Bijan Robinson, who may be one of the best running backs we've seen come out in the draft in quite some time.
You just made the case for and against how high you draft a running back, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen some of the elite guys, and they typically have gone high in the draft. Now, over the years, that value has slipped a little bit. But when you have a rare player like Bijan Robinson, yes, you might be able to strike gold here on day 3. There's some really good running backs, but this guy's just different when you watch him at Texas. The combination of explosiveness and elusiveness. Once he gets that burst, he gets to that second level, then he'll make you miss. He's so slippery and so quick as a runner. He can run downhill as well as get outside of the perimeter if you want him to do that. He's going to be able to pick his feet up through the trash, as we like to say, step through tackles, as you see right there, and then once he gets out in the open field, you're not going to catch him. And then in the pass game, to be a running back to go high nowadays, you better be a weapon in the passing game. He absolutely is. Look at how natural those hands are. You see him out of the backfield. You could see him split out in the slot. You'll also see him split out wide. And we looked at the numbers and how they compare.
Wow.
We're in the building, in the town, I should say, where Edgerrin James had his unbelievable run with the Colts, and the numbers pretty darn similar there. We'll see what the 40 ends up looking like. 4.38 for Edgerrin James back in the day.
As the Colts pointed out on their Twitter account, he was the number 4 overall selection for the Colts when they had such a pick, and guess what pick they have in this year's draft?
That would be number 4.
Well, they have Jonathan Taylor, though. I mean,
I think they're in good hands.
So that's not where they're going to go. The question is, will they just move up from 4, which is going to be part of the conversation once we leave here. As for being here, can't wait to watch this guy work out. Who else are we going to be seeing here today?
Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. A big shocker, Alabama has another running back. He transferred from Georgia Tech, and he's just like Alvin Kamara. That's a comp that I've used as a comp that's out there with a bunch of teams that you talk to for his value in the passing game. Zach Charbonnet, if you're looking for somebody who he might compare to, you remember DeMarco Murray when he was coming out of college. I see a lot of similarities there in their game. He's a really, really good player. Runs a little high, then he'll drop his level and run through you. Those are just 3 double-digit guys, Rich, are going to start games out of this running back group at some point in time during their career. It is a deep, deep group.
Well, let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll see some 40-yard dashes, including, again, number 4 on Daniel Jeremiah's draft board, Bijan Robinson out of Texas. Can't wait to watch them run. We're going to have a good time here for the final 40s of the Combine. What'd you see in his workout last year?
You saw him running the 4.3s. So he was, speed and power was his game. And the question was, okay, well, maybe some of the change of direction, is he going to be able to make you miss? It turns out just running away from people and running through people works just fine.
Well, I mean, the footwork is insane.
You can see the quickness, and then you see the speed. Look at him launch out there.
Why did he last at the 7th round? Because it's Rutgers? Is that what it is?
No, I think that was it. I think people thought he was a little bit tight, and there was a good group of guys, and good for the Chiefs.
And Eric Bieniemy, as we all know, has now moved on. He's calling the plays. He'll have the menu in front of him for the Washington Commanders, who have a ton of weapons.
Oh, gosh.
Is it going to be Sam Howell? What do you think they do?
I think so. And we heard Coach Rivera say it's his job to lose. And I think what I've seen of, we better buckle up. This is going to get fast real quick.
Okay, sounds good. Devon Achane.
Fast.
Texas A&M is the first running back to run here.
Legit track background, legit speed.
And Achane,
he is moving.
Is absolutely.
I think that second number, whether on this next run or once we get the officials, will be a 2. He's got that type of speed.
Taking the Achane right down the line there, and he ran a 4.34. So that's an outstanding mark to set to start.
I think he's the fastest of the group, and we'll see if anybody can beat that number. He set the bar.
Here's Tank Bigsby of Auburn.
Yeah. Tank Bigsby's a really good player. Stumbled a little bit there.
4.56.
Good time.
Earned the nickname Tank because he knock into things as a toddler. Stacy?
Guys, I talked to Brett Veach today, the general manager of the Chiefs, and I wanted to know, because of Pacheco's success, what did you fall in love with in this process? It was really interesting. He told me they loved his size, his speed, aggressive running temperament, but the one thing he didn't show a lot of was his pass catching. They just didn't ask him to do a lot in that area, so they didn't know if he actually could do that. And then through the All-Star performance, East-West, stuff like that, the Combine, his pro day, they felt like he looked comfortable enough in the pass game. And then they got him to OTAs, you guys, and he was pretty good. So just kind of an idea of, like, you know, the ability to evaluate a player like Isaiah Pacheco, which the Chiefs obviously did, and he scored, a touchdown in the Super Bowl.
He's pretty darn good. Chase Brown, whose brother Sidney we saw Friday night in the safety group, just ran a 4.43. His brother ran a 4.47 the other night.
Bragging rights.
So bragging rights are always crucial. Here's Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, I really like watching him play. I thought he would come out in last year's draft, decide to go back to Westwood, and another great year. Back-to-back 1,000-yard rushing seasons.
From the famed Oaks Christian High School in Southern California, went to Michigan, then transferred to UCLA, and now he's here to the Combine.
Let me give you
4.56.
You some numbers here, Rich. If you look at running backs, the top 10 in scrimmage yards last year in the NFL, they averaged 5'10 3/4 in height, 219 pounds, with a 4.52 40.
It's Tyon Evans of Louisville. We saw his quarterback yesterday. Off he goes. Moving. 4.54.
It's the number. It's right where you want to be.
Here is player 28 on your top 50, DJ. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs has got big time juice when you watch him. I'm curious to see what this time looks like. He plays so fast.
Says he models his game after Christian McCaffrey and Aaron Jones, who, if I'm not mistaken, is on the field for NFL Plus right now. So
I thought more Alvin Kamara, just what he does in the pass game.
Hopefully we hook them up.
Gotta stay. You got to hold it for a count.
That might have been the longest false start ever. We wound up on the 25-yard line before turning around.
Just trying it out.
There's Alvin Kamara's former coach, now in Denver. Question is, will Javonte Williams be back? He blew out his knee. What's the running back situation going to look like in Denver?
Get him back in the mix and then get Garrett Bowles back at left tackle. Those two injuries were crucial last year. As we're looking at Gibbs here, talked about Kamara as kind of a comp for what he does in the pass game. He is a slashing runner. Big time burst. They use him on jet sweeps. They'll get him out in routes as well. Really good in the screen game.
10 total touchdowns.
Clean start. It's a fast time.
4.4 flat.
Again. Yeah, he's one of those guys. You can feel his speed when you're watching it. You can just feel it. And you're playing in that conference. You see speed everywhere, and he looks fast among fast guys.
One of his predecessors is expected to either hit it big or get franchise tagged after leading the league in rushing last year. Josh Jacobs in Las Vegas. Evan Hull.
Speaking of the pass game, he can really catch it. That's a wonderful time for him. 54 grabs last year. They'll line him up some in the slot.
He just scored a touchdown.
Really good in short yardage. He's more than willing in pass protection, and that's a fantastic time.
Well, not a lot of guys wind up in the end zone running the 40-yard dash.
Oh, he took it all the way.
He did, to the house. That was the 100-yard dash I think he just ran, actually.
Hey, finish every rep.
You do start on the goal line from one end zone, and you just went 100 yards.
Baby. This is a, hey, this, don't sleep on Rashawn Johnson. Don't just label him the other running back at Texas. He's moving.
4.59.
Time. That's a big back. 219 pounds. See him return kicks there for the Longhorns, and Bijan Robinson, rightfully so, gets the headlines, but Rashawn Johnson, I think, is going to be a starting running back in the NFL as well.
Stop me if you heard this one. It's Georgia Bulldog coming up.
Kenny McIntosh. He's an excellent route runner out of the backfield. They rotate a lot of backs.
4.63.
Yeah, Kenny McIntosh doesn't have the speed of Tony Pollard, but his play style is very similar to Tony Pollard.
As we all know, the running game of the Bears last year vastly improved. You take a look at it, right? I mean, Fields played well. You know, David Montgomery and the rest of the running game fared well. It's like they started 2-1 and then didn't win a game the rest of the year. Like, how did that happen? How are they first on the clock? I know. You know,
well, I mean, your running game, when your quarterback puts up a K,
that's it.
That's going to,
I know.
Running game. It's also going to help your backs because you got to account for the quarterback when you give the ball off. But they've got to get better in the passing game, and Justin's got to get better, and they've got to put better pieces around him.
They only know a world where the Chiefs always win.
That is their world. That's great. Keaton Mitchell, by the way, and you get the numbers on him in the fall. He has hit close to 21 miles per hour, so he's got juice. He's got some kickoff returns as well. Catching the ball is going to be his thing. You want to see him be a little more consistent in that area, but speed has not been a question.
Oh boy, 4.38. You can see it.
Yeah,
see it coming.
It's fun to watch. He's undersized. He's a little under 5'8". He's 179 pounds, but he can roll.
Cam Peoples now from Appalachian State. I've heard of that program.
Go. It's our second Mountaineer at the Combine this year. He is a big back, 217 pounds, and I think he's really cut weight to get to 217. Played in the mid-220s. He can stride it out when he gets going. We'll see what type of time he can pull together here. Hoping for something in the 4.5s. See if he can get there. Almost.
Eric Prince now.
Man.
From Tulsa.
Eric Prince runs a little bit high, gives a little bit too much surface to hit there, but he does have long speed. See it in the Temple game with an 84-yard touchdown, so he can get out and go in the open field. There you go.
4.41. Nicely done. All right.
Here we go.
Man of the hour. Number 4 on Daniel Jeremiah's draft board. Last time he had a running back in the top 5 of his top 50 was Saquon Barkley. Now here's Bijan Robinson of Texas football coming at you in a combine in Indianapolis. .447.
And he fast enough there. He had a little stumble even at the start right there and still posted a great time.
I'll have a second shot at it.
You see that little stumble right when he started and drift a little bit off center. So he can go low 4.4s. Boy, he is powerfully built guy.
4th Texas player to win the famed Doak Walker Award. Robinson, now Tavian Thomas.
Tavian Thomas, more of a power back. Actually compared him to Garrett Blunt. Be interesting. I know Garrett Blunt did not run a fast 40, but had a great career.
And then the final running back to run a 40 for the first time. We'll do it all again. So Roderick Thompson Jr. of Texas Tech.
Yeah, you know you're going to get thrown the ball at Texas Tech. 23 catches out of the backfield.
.468. We'll do it all again. We'll take a break and show you what you missed. So he's number 4 on Daniel Jeremiah's draft board, and his 40 was a 4.4.
There you go.
This was Sesame Street. That run would be brought to you. Final 40s of this year's Combine. Second run through for the running backs and the A-chain.
Yeah, I think that we'll see if he gets in the 4.2s when it's all said and done.
I think maybe so.
That looked fast.
Wow. Tank Bigsby of Auburn.
Bigsby's an aggressive runner.
He runs a 4.56 40.
Fun player to watch. And again, say it about a bunch of these guys. Starting caliber running back in the NFL. Here's another one.
Chase Brown. He runs a 4.43 40.
Got a nasty stiff arm as a runner.
Zach Charbonnet. Charbonnet uncorks a 4.54.
A little better.
Tyon Evans. Second run. Slightly better than the first, according to our unofficial hand time.
Ace the speed test. Now we'll see how he catches the football once we get out to the workout.
Here Gibbs.
Good start, clean run.
He betters his time too. Okay. Fast running back.
I love it.
Yeah, me too.
Finishing on a high note here.
Back live, Evan Hull of Northwestern.
It's a great start for him.
See if he takes this to the house again.
Taking it.
Go. Yes,
distance.
he breaks the plane. All right, these guys from Evanston, they want to.
You ever do that on your 40?
What?
Take it all the way?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't run 1 inch further than necessary. If I could just
wall.
stop dead at the 40, I would.
It's a little pad there.
It's just, well, running through the end is the winner. You know, I understand you got to finish strong. Sean Johnson.
Within reason.
He's 4.65.
Kenny McIntosh, see if he can get a little bit faster on this next one. He's a good player. Again, they throw him the ball a lot at Georgia, catching the ball out of the backfield. He can make you miss. Just a real loose runner.
Uh-huh.
Be good in the drills, but I think he wants a little better than that 4.63. We'll see if he can get it here.
4.62.
Better. Maybe when we get officials, he can sneak into the 4.5s. I think that A-chain number is going to be in the 4.29 area.
That'd be good. Fastest 4.26 from DJ Turner, the defensive back out of Michigan on Friday night.
This is one I thought might threaten him, but Keaton Mitchell, he had a great time. That's what's so cool about the scouts now. You go into these schools and they get the GPS numbers for them from the schools.
Don't make the rules, I just got enforced.
Let you know who, not only how fast they are in this atmosphere, but let you know how fast they are on the field with pads on.
Yeah.
He's got the one red strip going in his hair too. I like that.
Everything's an evaluation.
It's like a racing stripe for the 40. I like it.
Whistled. You even evaluated the snack. You and the mini 2-1 starburst. You opened it, and what'd you say?
Double yellows. I mean, it's like snake eyes.
Who you are, be fast, okay?
What do you got against the lemon flavor?
You get a yellow and an orange, you make it work.
Yeah.
Double yellow's tough.
Here's Mark Gorsick. You could see the yellow hat, the yellow writing on his hat about the late Franco Harris. The 50-year anniversary of the Immaculate Reception. He passed away 2 days before it.
What a cool celebration that we saw the players wearing that jersey on the way into the stadium.
Mitchell not whistled there.
Good start, good finish.
4-3-8.
Yeah, if you want a home run hitter, running back, you got something to choose from here. I think that for me, the tight end group is as good as it's been in a decade, and I think this running back group is not far behind just in terms of the sheer number of guys. And I think the wide receiver group down a little bit, so I think you see those two groups really benefit.
There's a bunch not running the 40, but they are. It does look like a full complement of the 27 large group of running backs are getting ready to get out on the field. There are 11 scratches on the 40, and we're anticipating many of those 11 are just going to say, we'll do the rest.
Yeah, there's a couple injuries. I know Travis Dye from USC had a leg injury late in the year, so he won't be able to do anything, but still great that he gets to come to the combine, go not only through the medical, but get a chance to meet with the teams, and hopefully he'll be raring to go for the pro day.
Tulsa Prince.
Nice.
4-4-6.
Haven't seen that new show, by the way. Is it new?
Yeah.
Tulsa King?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, oh, yes. I give it 2 thumbs up.
Okay.
I enjoy it.
It's been recommended a couple times.
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go.
I am enjoying the 1883 and 1923, the whole Yellowstone series. I shouldn't say those numbers around a 40. But here's Bijan Robinson. Second run.
Like a cleaner start, no stumble, no drifting.
Sure enough, it's not the faster of the 2 times we have.
We don't think. But it looks like a cleaner run.
It's unofficial. It's kind of like the yellow line that you see during the games.
I thought that one looked faster than the previous one. Here's Tavion Thomas. I mentioned LeGarrette Blount as the kind of the reference point.
Yes.
LeGarrette Blount ran 4.74. So his 4.75, gosh, you don't want to run that, but when you think about how he plays, it's the exact same speed.
Just like the exact same time, 4.75. So the highly popular part of the combine, the 40-yard dash, we're about to be done with it for 2023. The final 40 is Sir Roderick Thompson.
See if Mark blows the whistle just to give us one extra look at it.
Nope. This is it. 4.67. All right.
We like to see guys run faster.
We'd like to see them run faster the second time around. So pour one out as the 40s are done. And Good Morning Football back at it. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Eastern on NFL Network.
And by the way, Jamie
Erdahl,
Peter Schrager, awesome job here with us this week.
Absolutely. And we look forward to seeing them all back together around the breakfast table tomorrow to chop up what we have seen all weekend. A simulcam between Christian McCaffrey, Saquon, and Bijan. And it is Saquon, Bijan, CMC.
They're all right there, though.
Neat simulcam to take us to break.
Those are good
running
neighbors.
back fields drills when we come back to wrap up our 2023 combine. Lots more to come, though, between now and then, however. On the field, last set of drills. We got bags out there. We got bags on the ground. We got bags standing up. We got bags.
We got balls, too.
We got yes. footballs out there, not just attached to a stick. It's out there. It's going to be thrown around. NFL Plus out there with Jamal Williams and Aaron Jones and Michael Robinson and MJD breaking it all down in the NFL Plus Players Only Combine, presented by Noble, NFL.com/plus/combine. And as you could see, guys who didn't run 40s are going to be out there. There they are, having a good time. Jahmyr Gibbs is getting ready as well. What do you got for me on the Gibbs front, sir?
Well, let's show you some video of Jahmyr Gibbs, who's really one of the most fun players to watch. The highlights are spectacular when you pop on that Alabama tape. It's the vision and the explosiveness. So foot in the ground and then get north and south and go. He just needs a little crease, and once he gets a crease, there, he's the speed. He can really, really go. And then speed also shows up. Just get to the edge.
Bounce it.
Just race you.
Bounce it.
Bounce it to the outside. You're not going to catch him. In the passing game, he is an absolute weapon. How many times have you seen these angle routes from Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara out of the backfield? And it's just a nightmare for linebackers to try and match up with. And then once he gets the ball in his hands, the fun starts. They make you miss. And then just navigate through tacklers. The poor Wyoming Cowboys of Fighting Josh Allen did not have much of a chance on that one. How about the comp here? The numbers spit out with Jamal Charles. Look at how similar that is. That's good company to keep.
It is. It is. Jamal's got him on the height, but Gibbs has him on the vert.
And both home run hitters.
Okay. Somebody want to get themselves a Jamal Charles in the draft? I'd say yes.
I love it. By the way, over-under on CD with Bee Gees references with Gibbs today. I'm going to put it at 2.5.
Okay. I'll take the over. Stacy?
Rich, just to add to Gibbs, I spoke with him this week, and I asked him, how would you describe your skill set and the uniqueness of it? And all those things DJ just showed us on that great film breakdown is exactly what he talked about. He believes that he can line up everywhere. He's so sure of himself. I think that's the thing that stood out the most with him. Slot receiver, running back. He wants to work in special teams, punt return, kick return. He said he considers himself a playmaker more than anything. Obviously, we saw that on the tape. But as for the burst, DJ, just a natural. He's had it his entire life, he told me.
Big time stuff.
A-Chain just hit one of the bags at the end straight through, like squared up. And
that's not what this drill is.
No, but I kind of like that sort of moxie. Chase Brown with that rep right there. Zach Charbonnet.
I'm a Charbonnet fan. Again, he's got a little bit of that upright style that reminds you of DeMarco Murray when he was playing. But when he approaches defenders, you can see him change levels, drop down, and power through. He breaks a lot of tackles there for the Bruins and really showed he'd catch the ball this year.
Here's Gibbs. Woo. Nice move.
Hey, Charles, would you say he could be dancing?
Oh, boy.
You had to go there because I just worked up a line in my head about when they got done catching or running. They all felt that everyone should be dancing because they had just scored. So as usual, you beat me to the punch.
Nice.
But what I love about something you said earlier about the size and the speed of the top 10 running backs of the NFL last year. That's 2 years in a row that the top 10 running backs average 220 pounds or bigger. It's become a big back league, but a big back league who can catch the football, make plays in the open field. That dual threat back, predominant throughout this league. Plus, they can run you into submission late in the ball game. We get into 4-minute offense. I can't wait to see these guys go through their drills. The top guys on your list, all of them can catch the football out of the backfield, DJ.
Well, we just saw Muhammad Ibrahim from Minnesota. He didn't run a 40, but man, did he have an incredible career in Minnesota, racking up over 4,600 yards, including 1,665 yards and 20 rushing touchdowns on 320 carries last year.
Fits into one of my themes I'll circle back to right after we watch
Robinson.
Go
Let's check out his first rep.
And smooth, everything he does, it looks so smooth and fluid. But one of the themes in the draft, Rich, we've been talking about it the whole time. Another one who didn't run, who's a great player, and Tyjae Spears from Tulane. Undersized players. And Ibrahim is under 5'8". So he's 5'07", 6', 203 pounds. So, again, the tape is phenomenal. He's not going to meet the size requirements that you're looking for. He's such a good football player.
Thompson Jr.
Speaking of undersized players who are productive.
Here's Deuce Vaughn. Eric Stonestreet's texting me like, where the heck is Deuce Vaughn? As if I'm personally hiding him. But there he is. He didn't run his 40, but he is out there on the drill.
All right, let's take this drill and let's take it onto the NFL field as we look at this off-tackle recognition drill with Dameon Pierce coming off a monster rookie season and really one of the key building blocks for this Houston Texans team. Let's watch him go through this drill last year. On this field, again, you're going to see it. Get through those bags. Pick your feet up through the trash, as we like to say. Get over the bags. You know, make that read at the second level and go. Again, here he is. See it? Now we're going to get our foot in the ground, get that outside foot in the ground, get upfield, step through, and off you go. I had a front row seat for that run. Again, you see him once he gets going vertical, he can really, really explode upfield.
And he wound up with the scepter of the year from Kyle Brandt at NFL Honors, Dameon Pierce.
Well deserved.
Here's Bijan.
We got the, this looks like a little next gen stats player tracking data here. Got the tail on him.
Let's see the tail.
Drop step in here. Tack it.
He kind of did that in a way, even with a bag that had to be moved out of the way, right or left, and then to get through the other bags that are placed there. Like, Robinson looked like he ran that in a straight line. And I know he had a move.
But it's easy.
Yeah,
he doesn't gear down.
It looks
Everything's
straight.
Full speed.
It just looks straight. Last read.
Saw Achane hit the bag the last time. This time, he's able to get through there clean. He's so fast, almost sometimes you can be too fast as a running back.
Bigsby moving.
And what do you mean by that, DJ, about too fast? You're talking about letting that blocking form just a little bit before you press the line of scrimmage, correct?
Yes. Sometimes it's one of the reasons why it's rare to see the big-time backs as like the low 4-3 guys, because it's almost you can be too fast and things don't develop.
Charbonnet. Stacy.
Get up on him, man.
Guys, I cannot take, I don't know about you, I'm down here on the field, can't take my eyes off this running back group in its entirety. So many good ones. My producer and I, Laura Chapnick, were talking to the group leader of these running backs, one of the best he's ever been around. They're always on time. They're always in the right apparel. They're patient. I mean, they had a long wait earlier today, but keep your eye on Tyjae Spears at a Tulane. This guy had a 39-inch vertical, a 10.5 broad. He told me he had a little bit of a groin concern, excuse me, so he didn't do the 40, but wanted to show his mobility here. He's a dark horse for a lot of folks and a big buzz on him this week.
There's Ibrahim again.
He's
Minnesota.
one of my favorite players, Ibrahim, we just saw.
By the way, in case you're wondering, Evan Hull is completely consistent. He just ran that rep to the end zone as well.
Stand out.
Kenny McIntosh, Keaton Mitchell. Look out.
We saw how fast he is. I'm glad we talked about Spears just a second ago as well, though, Stacy, with a great report. Tyjae Spears at the workout facility, talking to the coaches there, said that they always ask the players how they're feeling to decide, you know, if they need to back off some of the drills that they're doing or some of the lifting that they're doing. And they said they would ask him, how you feeling? He said, it doesn't matter. Let's get to work.
Bijan Robinson.
Robinson.
Finish at top end speed.
Strong, powerful, fast, and elusive. That's a rare combination.
Spears almost tripped up.
Good, man. That's the way to recover.
Thompson Jr. Here comes Deuce.
I wish he would run the 40. We'll get to see it at the Pro Day. Nobody has stop-start quickness like him in this draft. 5'5", even.
The Deuce Staley drill.
You get a drill named after you. Sometimes you're expected to run said drill, but Deuce has pulled it off. I don't think he has to do it anymore.
I think he's lent his name, not his presence.
It's been licensed. He licensed it out. All right, here's Isaiah Pacheco. We've talked a bunch about him again. Look how quick he is going through this.
So good.
The footwork. Again, man, I've had a front row seat to a lot of these runs.
Yes, you have.
Working against the Chargers, stepping through. Again, stepping over the bags. That simulates kind of stepping through tackles here inside. Get your feet picked up and then go. And he always is going to finish it in a very aggressive manner. Saw that in the Super Bowl.
Okay, here's the drill with Hall. I guess you call this a Hall call. There he goes. See ya. Where are you going?
You have to weave around some cameras.
Got
and
out of that too
platforms.
soon. He took it all the way to the house.
And then finish in between the outside and the inside.
See if you got. I guess you got to follow. You have to follow Hall with the camera.
That's it. I'm just glad I'm
the
not
end zone.
You don't want to be on the steady cam down there. You're going to have a heart attack.
If there's a goal post, he'd hit his head on it. Here's A-Chain. Okay, get through. Bigsby.
You can see following A-Chain. A-Chain's a little bit quicker getting over those bags. Bigsby runs with a little more force and a little more power.
DJ, so far these guys are doing a good job keeping their head up while they're doing it, not looking down at their feet while they go through the bags, trying to keep your head up to see what's coming their way.
Yeah, right there. Good one by Charbonnet. Here's Evans.
It is a great drill.
Big time back, lost his job last year when he got dinged up a little bit. They got a youngster named Judkins at Ole Miss. He's going to be a sophomore. We'll be talking about him down the road.
Tell you what, their quarterback ran it a lot last year too, Jackson Dart.
Yes.
Eric Gray's another one. I went through, I believe it was 13 guys that I gave potential starter grades to in this running back group. 13.
And he didn't run today, Eric Gray. He's probably run at his pro day, but that's not his game. His game is making people miss and catching it too.
All right, here's Hall. Let's see if he takes this to the house. Here's Hull.
Uh-oh. And there he goes.
Going.
Rich,
where are you going?
Rich, you know what Evan Hull is doing?
What?
Vince Papale and Invincible.
He's going. Every time. It's a Hull call.
Good rep by Roshan Johnson.
Ex-quarterback, correct, DJ?
Yeah, it's a big dude, too. Man.
Trying to think to myself about the ex-quarterbacks became runners in the league. You know who came to mind? Let's go way back. Let's go Dan Reeves, guys.
Whoa.
He was a quarterback at South Carolina. Heck of a halfback play for Dallas and threw the halfback option against Green Bay in the Ice Bowl game.
I thought you were going to go back to Marcus Allen.
That's a good one.
While we're evaluating the guys who hold the bags, they don't move. They just move their arms. Their bodies don't move. It's just.
I feel like it's almost like a bag holding boy band with the synchronized moves.
Is it right? See what I mean?
Yes.
And we have one of our bag guys from the other day. Justin's out there all the way on the end.
Now,
Brad not in.
Look at these feet. Get going. Yep, right between Joey Fatone and Justin Timberlake. Spears.
Are you going to name some new kids too?
Nice.
Oh. Hey, the one that has the renovations, we won't go there, but I like that show. It's a good show.
So, dude in the middle goes right or left, and the other guys.
It's an elevator. Just open up the door.
Open the door. Here goes Deuce.
Look at Deuce. Again.
Look at those feet.
And look at him go.
He's fun, man.
Quick.
This is fun.
Yeah, of course Hall is breaking his sweat. He's going 100 yards every time.
Getting his steps in, man.
He's getting his steps in. Here you go.
Oh, come on.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
That was Spears?
I don't know. I'm more of the Gibbs speed. And getting it down.
Look at that.
The Bulldog with one paw.
That was rough. You should have brought that to my bar mitzvah back in the day.
I don't believe I've ever seen this before.
The first time we've ever seen a corner of the bump and run in the 40.
I'll wear it proudly, but I'll know that I had to ask for it 3 times, but it's okay.
Rich, that wasn't asking for it. That was groveling and begging.
Yeah.
There's football on a stick. Rich wants your jeweler's name, too, before he leaves.
Al the jeweler. Al the jeweler. New Jersey. I probably went to high school with Al. Who tried to come from Canton to Nashville.
Where are you going after that, Rich?
On the way to vacation with my family.
Rich?
A very nice vacation spot. We've been having fun the last 4 days, and we've got more drills here on the field with a highly talented running back group. The fastest running back on our hand time, Devin Achane, starting this drill.
Nice catch. He ran into Kurt Benkert on the way back last night.
That's right, we did. Yeah, he needed some ice, man.
Yeah, he said he got to get some heat on that on his arm, and was a little bit gassed out. But him and Carson Strong, who's throwing this ball right here, have done a great job as the throwing quarterbacks this week.
Chase Brown's had a nice day.
Yes, that's been a good week for the family.
Indeed.
Charbonnet. With Charles, you down there, Charbonnet, man, I just love the way he plays. He can catch the ball. He can do everything.
What I like is that he eats carries. You know, when it's time to shut it down and finish it off, that's who he is. And I think you have to have those types of backs. Look who won the Super Bowl. Pacheco, he'll eat carries for you and help turn the game around in the second half.
Here's Eric Gray, Oklahoma. Now here comes Evan Hull, who took one to the house the last drill. Let's see if he goes the whole way.
Oh, he's gone, Rich.
50
he's gone.
To the 40, to the 30.
Papali.
He could go all the way. Every time he's taken to the house. He's probably run about 200 more yards than everyone else.
Yeah, I'm impressed, but I want to see how he maintains this throughout the entire workout.
There comes Hull back.
Man.
You know, that's old school, guys. That was the USC tradition of tailbacks. So they took every carry to the house, even in practice. Back in student body right, student body left days.
Peoples.
We're more of a 40-yard group at App State. That's how we teach it. We don't necessarily take it all the way down. We like to leave a little bit left in the tank.
Prince.
Here we go, Bijan. He's got natural hands. You can see it in Charles, even in just the way he frames the ball.
See how easily he just snagged that and just tucked it.
We're going to show some video of this guy right here, Tyjae Spears, in just a little bit. He is a fun one. Roderick Thompson Jr.
Deuce Vaughn.
Saw Deuce's dad, Chris, here earlier today. Long time college NFL guy.
All right, let's get some of this video of Tyjae Spears. I mentioned he's fun to watch. Unless you're a USC fan, you probably didn't have as much fun watching him in the Cotton Bowl. But it's what he does with the ball in his hands. He's got unbelievable balance. The quickness, you'll see it here against USC. Look, change direction, stop, start, no problem. And then when he gets his foot in the ground and gets up the field, you see the burst, the ability to make you miss in tight quarters. He kind of steps through and slips through tackles, which he did a bunch on that field in Dallas. Here he is out of the backfield. Watch him dip underneath this. Keep that in mind, because I'm going to show you another one from the Senior Bowl, where this is another example of, we're going to go underneath. And we're going to dip right underneath you and get all kinds of separation. He was clearly the best back at the Reese's Senior Bowl, popping a long one right here. And he's having a nice workout thus far. No 40 for him. We'll wait to the pro day. But, again, that change of direction, quickness, and balance, fun to watch. A really, really good football player. And, again, everything you hear about him from a work ethic standpoint, off the charts.
I got the official 40-yard dash just came in. Devin Achane is a 4.32. Gibbs and Keaton Mitchell are also in the sub 4.4 group. Deneric Prince and Chase Brown hovering around 4.4 flat. Bijan Robinson 4.46. Evan Hull 4.47. That's just his 40. We didn't time his full 100. And so on and so forth. Charbonnet.
A little stumble there again. Try and be quick and smooth, This is a little angle route, Texas route, whatever you want to call it.
The Achane 4.32 is the fourth fastest 40 by a running back in the last 20 years. Only Keith Mitchell of Georgia in 2016, 4.31. Dre Archer, remember him from Kent State, 2014, 4.26. And then, of course, the OG Chris Johnson, 4.24 in 2008.
I remember being in scouting meetings the year Chris Johnson came out. I was with the Cleveland Browns. And
it was Hull.
One of the scouts said, "How fast do you think he'll run?" I said, "How about you?" He goes, 4.4. I said, "Oh, I'll take the under on that." He goes, "You really think so?" was the easiest sandwich I've ever won. Let's put it that way.
Sean Johnson. McIntosh.
Did that a lot at Georgia, catching balls out of the backfield. Once Keaton Mitchell gets out in the open field after the catch, you're not going to get him.
I feel like you're saying that about almost every one of these running backs.
Well, look at we had all those sub 4.4 times. Yeah. And there's other guys, whatever the 40 time is, we talk about the flying 20, so it's not really what you start, but then once you get out in the open field, can you open it up? And we've got a bunch of these guys. That's why the numbers that you get from the schools on their GPS numbers are off the charts, because then they can get to a whole nother gear.
That's nicely done there, huh?
Outside the frame.
How about Darren McFadden in 08 ran a 4.33 out of Arkansas, and it was the second fastest time in the running back group by 0.09 seconds. He missed on CJ. CJ 2K came in here and blew it away.
Yeah, I think that Matt Forte was in that draft as well. There's a bunch of 2,000-yard rushers in that draft. All right, let's take a look at Bijan Robinson and the day that he's had thus far. Talked about the 40, check that box, getting in the 4.4s. A nice, smooth, easy run. Going through the bags. Here you see the quick feet, the change of direction. Look at the burst. He doesn't gear down. It's
what I said. It looks
speed.
Like a straight line.
Yeah.
You know,
he is a very gifted player. Here's the update with Edgerrin James. Edge ran a little bit faster, but man, there's a lot of similarities to their games, and whoever gets this, man, Bijan Robinson is going to be very happy.
We will be back to Indianapolis in a moment. You imagine you're trying to defend him and you see those many Bijan Robinsons on the field.
Hit the one in the middle.
Good one, Daniel. See, you've overcome the 2 yellow starbursts very well. I appreciate you keeping a straight head about that.
Ibuprofen's a wonderful thing.
I saw you popping that. Bijan Robinson coming back with more of the running back group in a moment. Oh, yeah, Charlie Manning getting put through the paces by his dad, Eli. Nice. Does that make Charlie the first Manning to actually participate in a combine?
It might be. That's great.
I'm just wondering.
More of a private pro day.
So I'm assuming a few years from now, Arch will say, "I'll work out at my Texas pro day." Boy, so many people are so excited to see what Arch looks like in college football.
I think he's there, right? He's already there.
When we come back next time, then we'll talk about crossing face and taking that whole shot right there. Okay. All right,
we've been told that the throwing quarterbacks that we've been shouting out, Carson Strong and Kurt Benkert, who's standing there on the 15-yard line, that they're going to have to tap out midway through this drill because they got a plane to catch.
At some point in time for the workout, yeah, they got to get on the bird.
Some scouts are going to have to come in. Would you have been, like, if you were one of those scouts here, would you have been the one to step in?
I would have been on the list. I'm not saying I would have been anywhere near the top of said list, but I would have been on the list to come out of the bullpen.
Like somebody like one of those pilots in the movie Airplane. Can you fly the plane? You'd be the Ted Stryker coming out of the chair, getting in, trying to land the plane. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Sweat beating off my head.
Okay, it's Chase Brown running out on routes now. Here's Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, good clean route.
Hey, Rich and DJ.
Yes.
When they do make this change, I'm putting early money on CJ Leak of the Saints.
Okay.
As being one of the scouts, college quarterback, threw in a lot of the gauntlet drills and the whole deal. So I'm gonna put money on him being one of them.
All right.
Rick Spielman used to throw in some of these as well.
Yeah, Rick told me about the other day. He said he got fired because everything he threw, 90 miles per hour, he's just throwing nothing but fastballs.
Yeah, because the gauntlet used to be that. The gauntlet drill wasn't with the quarterbacks. It was a smattering of personnel guys.
Here's Evan Hull. Catches it on the 26. Is he taking it the whole way again?
Yes, he is. He did it the
30,
last time, too.
To the 20.
This is like when you fill out a college
There he is, by the way, at the end of your screen.
when you fill out a college application, they say you need to write 2 of these 5 essays. He writes all 5.
This is what it looks like for Sean Johnson. Nice grab.
He's had a good day.
He stayed in.
Good day for both Texas backs. Nate McIntosh.
That's what he does best right there.
Yes, he does. Hakeem Mitchell is a combination of quick and fast. This is what we want to see from Cam Peoples, Charles. We saw him drop a couple balls at the Senior Bowl. It's going to be big for him to come out here and catch it clean.
Looked nice right there. Good route, too.
All right, comes Bijan. Simple.
He just is such natural hands.
When you say quick and fast, can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes, a lot of times you get guys that are just fast, right? They're that straight line fast, but then to be able to break down, make people miss in tight quarters, they can't do it. He has the combination to be at full speed, but then to also give you some of that lateral quickness to be able to move laterally, sudden movement to make you miss. A lot of times you get one or the other. It's the rare guys that give you both.
That was really sharp right there by Deuce Vaughn. Chase Brown getting another run here. Got it. Here's Ibrahim.
Tell you what, it's been a good combine for Illinois. All right, let's look at Jahmyr Gibbs again. We showed his video, and I talked about what he does in the passing game, and this is kind of cool because you can see him here against Texas running the angle route, actually a Texas route against Texas. Catches that one, actually gets up in the seam on the dead run. Here he is today. Zach, get that head turned around, catch it, burst right up the field, same side, same route. We've seen him do it on Saturdays, and now we're seeing him do it on Sunday for the first of many Sundays there in his career.
The irony of running a Texas route successfully against Texas in Texas.
It's big time
for Alabama.
So what's going to happen here? All right, we're still going to stack the tackle. Okay. Still want to see this arc release because you're gathering information on what the D was playing as your arc releases. So sprinkle right away.
Next drill being described.
Back now, he gets head up, outside leverage. I give him a little something here, boom. And now I go ahead and take this post to the middle right here, okay? It's not going across to the numbers. It's not to the opposite hash, which is the coach right there, right where that cone's at, and then split the defenders there, okay?
Joel Thomas of the Saints just describing this drill. Joel Thomas, pardon me, of the Saints. Describing that drill.
With the Saints, he knows what it's supposed to look like. Alvin Kamara out there.
Saints had a few of those guys a long way, haven't they?
Oh, Sproles.
Reggie Bush.
Yep. Deuce McAllister, even at his big size, could do this stuff.
Yeah, that was frightening when he caught one like that in the seam. The safety's like, really?
Thanks a lot.
Really?
Deuce McAllister was in the first NFL Network commercial, the one with the Dear Mr. Fantasy theme that I shot, where the tagline was "Being rich doesn't suck." And the scene we had was him. He was jewelry shopping, watch shopping, and he hands it to me, and I had one of those jeweler's loops looking at it, and I just hand it back to him with a nod on my head. Couldn't have been nicer.
Fantastic.
It was a fun commercial to shoot. I can't believe that's 20 years old, man.
Nice catch.
Eric Gray.
He does that well.
Evan Hall. Got it, and he's gone. Right up the middle. Look out. That guy's like, you're still running? Right past that. Keep going.
Gonna be
every time.
And Rich, going to be a full NFL family. Engaged to Jermaine Johnson's sister.
How about that?
Yeah, your New York Jets defensive end.
By the way, Jack Andrade, researcher to the Stars, says that we are next-gen stats tracking all the movement of Evan Hall and the rest of the running backs. And he's closing in on having the most yards traveled of any of the running backs all day long, because they turn on the device the minute they step on the field.
It's incredible. Well,
about 2.5 hours ago. I don't know.
I think he's not only getting ready to take the lead, I think he's getting ready to distance himself from second place.
Bijan.
Ah, it's so easy. And you can hear it. You could barely hear the ball hit his hands. He's got such soft hands. CD, what do you got down there?
Just got done talking to Evan Hall.
And what do you got? What do you got?
I said, okay, got to know, when did all this start? And he said it was going into his junior year. His running backs coach, Luciani, at Northwestern. You know, you have the off-season meetings. He challenged him, hey, let's take it to the next level. Every time you touch the ball, you should be challenged to score. Start doing it every day in practice. He says he's been doing it ever since.
Makes sense. Now he's doing it at the Combine. NFL Total Access tonight, right after the Scouting Combine coverage is over. So on our commercial break, as we told you, look, Bankert's got his bag. He's going straight to the airport. Carson Strong, they got a plane to catch. So the throwing for the final 2 drills of the running back group is being handled by Colts scout Joey Elliott, who used to play for Purdue, and Chargers scout, former Wake Forest quarterback James McPherson. There's Joey. And the Colts box has been giving Joey the business since he started throwing. I mean, you guys are all over him.
What was that?
They are, I mean, they have been all over him with every throw. Chris Ballard, the whole crew, they're right next to us. We hear them, I mean, chirping.
That's cold, guys.
At him.
That's cold. I just talked to Joey, guys, and asked him when's the last time he threw. He said gauntlet yesterday. I said, what about before that? He said, been a while, but no smile. Very serious about what he's doing out here. You know those ex-quarterbacks, DJ.
Oh, yeah.
Don't ever question their throwing. They can always get it done, and I'm not questioning it at all. Joey was a terrific quarterback at Purdue.
I think Ballard just said we probably should have played him last year. And James McPherson, I played against him in college. He was at Wake Forest. I get a chance to see him all the time around the Chargers. He's throwing it well as well. We got to evaluate everybody today.
There's A-Chain. Oh, he's going to throw deep.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Dime.
Look at you guys in there. You got to evaluate them. I mean, they are having a party next to us. Look at that throw.
Hey, don't count out Joey Elliott.
Tank Bigsby. That's great. All right, here's Jack. Here's James McPherson. Here we go.
Get it up
okay.
there. Nice.
All right.
That'll
Chase
play.
Brown. Here we go. Like
Charbonnet.
ACC football all over again. Get it out there. Look at these guys stepping in.
Not bad. James isn't giving us much of a drop. We're getting a nice little one-step drop from Joey here. Look at that.
Look at drop it in the bucket.
Nice. Here we go, Gibbs. You better get this one up early. Get it up. There you go.
Hey, they're throwing nice balls.
This is fun. We should have do this every year. Like have like a best.
Look at that ball.
Throw and scout here. Oh, nice grab by Gray. Nice grab. Here's Evan Hall. Let's get this as a house call. Yes, and he could go all the way. Ibram. Get it. Oh. These have been nice throws.
It's been impressive, and it just goes to show you there's nothing a scout can't do. McIntosh. Beautiful. But this is what scouts do at pro days, Rich. You don't. Not every school is going to have a senior quarterback, so spend a lot of time. I bet you James, every pro day he goes to, if they don't have a quarterback, he's going to be out there letting it rip.
Stacy?
Guys, Zach Charbonnet just walked by me. I said, how are they throwing it? He said, good. They're throwing it pretty good.
They sure are. They're just dropping it in there.
By the way, the speed on the wheel route, Gibbs hit 20.3 miles per hour. A-Chain hit 19.7. It's fun to kind of keep an eye on those numbers.
And the next-gen stat number for Hull, he is now officially 200 yards more traveled yard than any other guy out there. Nice grab by Bijan Robinson, dropping it right in there.
He's had a great workout.
I mean, they're having a party to our right now.
Telesco just texted me, Chargers general manager said part of the job description for James McPherson.
I like it. Sir Roderick Thompson.
Oh, they were a little disappointed with that throw. We'll see the endurance. The endurance is going to be the challenge here.
Deuce Vaughn. Nope. Who's this? It's a
Look at that.
All right.
We're back. We're back.
Hey, Rich and DJ.
Yes, sir. Tell you what.
Here's the last throw of the combine, I believe.
We started this week in a quarter zip, Rich, and these quarterbacks are entering it in a quarter zip.
Nice. And the last rep of the combine is a success.
Oh, we got one more.
Nope.
One more.
Ah, here we go. This is the last one.
This Deuce Vaughn?
Deuce Vaughn, look out. Deuce coming at you. Go get it, Deuce. Go get it. Yeah. And now they're going to follow. Is he going to flip? Hold it up. Hold it up. Do we got a flip here now? Hold on. Oh! Oh! Yeah!
Stuck the landing.
Finally! That's the way you wrap a combine. The running back group has been watching everybody flip around, saying that's how you stick the landing,
We've been saying all week, who's the Colts' next quarterback going to be? And we might have just found him in their own scouting department.
That was a fun way to wrap this combine. What a blast. Good stuff. I guess, and you thought Sean Payton was the only replacement quarterback in the building, huh?
Look at this. Look at James getting into that.
Get in there.
Oh, yeah. Smooth.
Look at that.
Look at that ball. Yeah,
some highly talented scouts here. They are loving this next door, I'm telling you. And way to go, Deuce. Well, cartwheel. And yeah. Fun time here in Indianapolis.
Got another one. A-Chain hit it.
A-Chain has been hitting everything today. Back to wrap it in a moment.
Back with you guys at the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble, and Stacey Dills joined alongside right now. The man trending on Twitter, Bijan Robinson. We're going to rip through some highlights. Overall, just what kind of a day do you think you had?
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good day. You know, it's just a blessing to be out here with all these great guys and letting my skills you just showcase, whether it's from doing agility drills, from 40 to position drills. It was just a fun day.
How good was this group, man?
Oh, I mean, everybody here, they can do so many things. Whether it's run routes, run with the football, no matter what it is, they all look good. Physique. Hey. Got out a little bit. That's how I like it right now.
Yeah, were you happy with the 40?
I mean, I think it was just a good set. It was a 4, I think 4-5, 4-6.
Look at your straight line drills, though, man. I mean, it's just the ball retrieval, so soft in those hands.
Yeah.
Break it down for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's just important for me, to be able to get to catch the ball as well. You can put, like I said, little old me right there. Oh, that's a good-looking boy right there. Not yet.
How old are you right there?
I think I was about 3 or 4. 3 or 4. That was my first Halloween costume. It still look good today.
So the earliest memories of football, I mean, were you watching Barry Sanders then? Because I know that's your guy, right? You studied as much tape on anybody as Barry.
Yeah, so, I mean, Barry Sanders is probably the best running back, in my opinion, to ever do it. And for me, as a kid, I've always, just enjoyed watching his highlight tapes. Yeah. There's a couple games on YouTube, but, I've always just, sat out to try to mimic his moves and try to, eventually become like.
Detail us. Yeah. I know you got the knee bend in there, but hey, look at
here. So you see how my knees bent?
Yep.
You see how his knees? That was just a very good run by him. But I feel like when you get to run low like this and still be able to cut while you get tripped up and do little stuff like this right here. Oh, he's just outrunning everybody. Yeah. But I think that if you are able to like just change direction from being at a low position and then making sure you see these cuts right here that he's making are not easy.
And he just digs out, right? I mean, I feel like he just digs out of a pile.
Right. If you can make 2 moves and still get north and south without losing momentum and losing your speed, then I think that it just sets free over everybody.
Have you had a chance to meet Barry?
Absolutely not. So when we played Oklahoma State, he was there. Yeah. They had like they're like homecoming or something, and he was there. Thank God we had a great game. Unfortunately, we lost, but he was still there to witness.
It's so interesting because DJ has you obviously as a top running back in this group. I mean, one of the best we've seen come through. We talk about Saquon Barkley. Where do you expect to go in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, for me, my faith is so big. So wherever God has me, he'll put me in the right direction, put me on the right team. But if it's a blessing to go, in that top 10 range and be able to break a point for running backs coming up, I think it'll be pretty solid to see some other guys come in the next class.
We got to keep you close to the camera here because we want to check another. Who's that guy right there?
That was the greatest player of all time, greatest basketball player of all time, LeBron James. We're both with Clutch Sports, so. This was after one of his games. He was just giving me just some great advice. It was really cool when we met each other because he was like, "Hey, Bijan, like, man, I respect your game. I've been watching you for a couple years now. Just keep being you and keep being the the athlete that you are." So when I heard that from him, I was just amazed.
Mr. McConaughey,
my guy right there. That's my guy. I appreciate him, so much just because, I mean, he, I want to be in some type of films, one day after football, and just having him as a friend and having him as a mentor, it's just really cool to.
And apparently he's given you acting advice. I know you want to get into the acting world well after you're done playing, right?
Absolutely. So, he always gives me advice. I'll go over his house, just kind of, chill with him. But, he'll always throw in these little snippets, in life and acting. So it's just like really cool to have somebody like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, so the combine's done, right? You killed it. What are the next 2 weeks? What's in store for you over the next 2 weeks with the draft at the end of April?
Yeah, so I mean, our pro day is March 9th. Yep. I'm gonna go over there.
You're gonna do everything again?
No, I'm gonna support the guys.
Okay. You did it all today.
Yeah, talk to coaches. Keep building that relationship. Yeah. But I think that we're gonna keep seeing off these 2 weeks. I'm gonna keep training. Doing the off-season training. Probably just like see family somewhere because I'm still in Austin and my family's back home in Arizona. So
give them a shout out, man.
Yeah, hey, love y'all. I know you guys are screaming and yelling. Yeah. I appreciate you. I love you, and let's keep being a blessing.
You're a stud, man. Bijan Robinson with us here at the NFL Scouting Combine. We have much more to come, though. We're gonna wrap things up. And hey, say goodbye to everybody for us from Lucas Oil.
Yeah, hey, this is the last day. I just want to say goodbye. Everybody, enjoy your dinner, enjoy life, and just keep smiling.
Nice job.
Well, let's make sure we keep this bad boy here in the Circle City.
DJ Turner II. Way to blaze a trail for all the 40s that we had. 4.26.
The speed is ridiculous. Guys are running really fast in the 4.4s, 4.5s, and we're looking at them like they're slow.
Yeah, right?
Because of all this. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Manuel Forbes, 4.35 at 166 pounds.
Dripping wet. Okay, so the day got started with the big fellas down there on the field. I know it's been a few hours since you've seen the offensive linemen out there. I thought they were a pretty solid group, didn't you?
I would agree. Solid, impressive. The athleticism continues to expand when we're watching this player, meaning linemen. And we always used to think of them as strictly people movers. Well, that's exactly what they're supposed to do. What did Russ Grimm say? Move a man from point A to point B against his will? They do that very well, but when you want to get into open space, run your screens, run your swing passes, run your toss sweeps, look at that athleticism from Paris Johnson. He can get out into the open field and hit targets along the way.
Broderick Jones is another guy who's right behind Paris Johnson Jr. on Daniel Jeremiah's big board. And he, of course, look at the athleticism on some of these guys.
Corner. He's like a high-end automobile there.
Yeah, so here's Jones right now out of the national championship ville, if you will, down there in Athens, Georgia.
And notice just the body types between the two tackles. Maybe the top two tackles in the draft, right? This guy, a little bit thicker, a little bit more stout, but still has good athleticism as well and just moves a little bit differently. Daniel Jeremiah made the case earlier. Watch Broderick Jones, and his base is going to be a little bit wider, but that's how he plays. That's how he generates the power, and that's how he stays down. Look at the footwork, and then look at the power there to throw the coach out of the way, and now he's going to run that hoop and get to the corner.
You said maybe they're the top two tackles because we don't quite know where Peter Skoronski fits yet, right?
Yeah, some people will like him at tackle because I think he is trained to go there. Arm length may be a concern for some teams, but they don't care because they know he's going to play. You move him inside, he's an automatic starter at guard as well. This guy trained in the game. Grandfather was a captain for Vince Lombardi with the Green Bay Packers. You name it, he's got it. And coming from Northwestern, right after Rashawn Slater, you know, he's well-trained and determined to be one of the better players out there.
Yeah, he was moving out there oh so well. You were down on the field for all of this. In fact, great job by you picking him up and putting him down up and down the stairs 3 different times. That was nice work.
I appreciate that.
Last time you got an up-close and personal view of the running backs. We just saw Stacey Dale's interview, Bijan Robinson, who is obviously the top running back on the board, but there were some guys out there blazing a trail. Jahmyr Gibbs, I thought, was outstanding. A 4.36 40, really did his thing.
Yeah, we talk all the time about, are we going to learn anything when we come to a combine, or are we going to confirm some things as well? Well, we confirmed what we thought about Jahmyr Gibbs. We knew he was fast. We knew he was shifty. We knew he could run it. We knew he could catch it. And now he just confirmed everything. Would you say 4.36 in the 40?
Yep.
But this is what he did all year long, running routes, easy hands, catches the football. Look at him shift. And in the open field, if that were a real game, making people miss. Look at him catch it in the open field, turn up, and become a game breaker.
Tyjae Spears did not run the 40, but I know you fell in love with this guy during the Senior Bowl week, and he didn't disappoint here on Sunday.
The country fell in love with him during the Cotton Bowl because that's when everyone got a full view of him, and he gave USC all they needed to see in that ball game. But he did that throughout the season in the American Athletic Conference as the conference champions with the Tulane Green Wave. He can do it all, and that body control, the shiftiness, and the ability to move one way, cut the other. Look like Maverick and Top Gun. I'm going to hit the brakes and it's going to fly by.
Charles, we're about 6.5 weeks from draft day out in Kansas City or so. This is going to be so much fun because we have so many quarterback-needy teams out there. We just saw a bunch of quarterbacks yesterday throw out here, and we're like, yep, 4 could go in the top 7 very easily.
Yeah, that jumped up big time yesterday.
Yeah, so overall, what are your thoughts as we're several weeks away now from the draft?
Well, I think Daniel Jeremiah made a great point about normally we would see a ton of receivers come off the board, and that doesn't mean this is a bad receiver draft. We're going to have 7 rounds worth of receivers, but we may not have 7 in the first round as we've had in the past. So where else will they come from? Maybe we'll get a few more linemen, and we're definitely going to get the tight ends that will fill in because they really showed out here. A big, deep tight end group that can play in line and, of course, run their routes. So I'm really eager to see how it all comes together. But, yeah, the quarterbacks, that competition is going to be big. Who's your flavor? And what's Chicago going to take at number 1 for that draft pick?
Take at number 1? That's a whole entirely different discussion if they stay.
A King's ransom. Better offer it.
Yep. Charles Davis, it is always a pleasure, my friend, hanging out with you over these last 4 days. Thanks to our crew up here on the concourse set as well. Don't worry. Right after we're finished here, Total Access, break down the entire 4 days of the NFL Scouting Combine. That is coming your way here on NFL Network. But first, Rich and DJ will have the final word, and maybe Taylor Lewan will bust back into the booth as well.
With the boys.
That's next.
The 2023 NFL Scouting Combine is presented by No Bull, the official training partner of the NFL Combine.